But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation, moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public while on the road to republic. Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to republic.
Send the something and come back. Back to sender. God, I thank you so much.
Miracles await and miracles abound. Tune in every Sunday at 7 a.m. for your share of the Miracle Revival Hour with Reverend Dr. Blair. Come for the word, stay for the worship. Right here on PBCJ.
Miracle worker, work one for me.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Each year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions in tax dollars to buy goods and services for Jamaicans. Awarding contracts to private companies to provide public goods and services is called public procurement, and it is a major hotspot for corruption. Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can, and here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more and getting less. Contract splintering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company. Like Christmas time, work slows down and companies are less attentive to business opportunities. Emergency contracting. Claiming emergencies allows officials to legally bypass normal procurement rules, making it easier to award contracts to favored companies. Contract timing. Contracts awarded just before or after election can be payback for campaign support and not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP Procurement Tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
We are the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. You remember the youth them are with future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow. United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youth united against corruption.
A message from the Integrity Commission.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
Well then, let's propel we nation, moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public, while on the road to republic. Jamaica,
let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to republic.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know we're there. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules that keep everything fair, so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program, specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action, so the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now, the PAAC? That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means how your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are fair accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
Well then, let's propel we nation, moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public, while on the road to republic. Jamaica,
let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to republic.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
brighter tomorrow.
Starting today.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope.
Government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems.
Prime Minister.
The move transportation enhancing the JUTC fleet with 100 new CNG buses with 10 specially outfitted for the disabled. Running on compressed natural gas, these buses reduce emissions while offering advanced safety features and Wi-Fi. Jamaica is driving in comfort towards a sustainable future.
Each year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions in tax dollars to buy goods and services for Jamaicans. Awarding contracts to private companies to provide public goods and services is called public procurement, and it is a major hotspot for corruption. Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can, and here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more and getting less. Contract splintering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company. Like Christmas time, work slows down and companies are less attentive to business opportunities. Emergency contracting. Claiming emergencies allows officials to legally bypass normal procurement rules, making it easier to award contracts to favored companies. Contract timing. Contracts awarded just before or after election can be payback for campaign support and not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP procurement tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
Send the something and come back. Back to sender! God, I thank you so much.
Miracles await and miracles abound. Tune in every Sunday at 7 a.m. for your share of the Miracle Revival Hour with Reverend Dr. Blair. Come for the word, stay for the worship, right here on PBCJ.
Miracle worker, work one for me.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by MOCA, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency with kind support of NIA and USAID.
Criminal minds, look out fit, look out fit, look out fit.
Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can. And here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more. Entering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company, like Christmas time, not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP Procurement Tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best. Cook it up and make we steam it. Tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh, so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought, so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia, so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh, so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein, and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
There are those who don't think he ever existed, as if he were a figment of the imagination or a fiction created in the 1st century to form the basis of a new religion.
Join the truth-seeking mission. Join us for Tomorrow's World, Sundays at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:30 a.m. right here on the People's Station.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public while on the road to republic. Jamaica, let's spread the word around.
Alright, Mr. D. Thanks, you hear? Alright, Mr. D. Thanks, you hear?
With our hearts together, we'll win any fight. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Jamaica will rise with the wings of stronger in truth and in grace. When challenged by the season, ourselves will remain and we will rise. Jamaica will rise with the wings of an eagle.
Receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Rootsman. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace.
public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. I wish to sincerely welcome all members to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Wednesday, June 17, 2026. Today we will continue with the sectoral debate and have presentations from the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development with responsibility for works, and also the Member of Parliament for the constituency of Clarendon North. He's the Member of Parliament. The Member of Parliament for the constituency, he's a Member of Parliament for the constituency of Clarendon North Central. That is Minister Robert Morgan. Then there is the presentation from the Member of Parliament for the constituency for St. Anne South East, who will be here today as well. I wish to welcome all who are joining us today, especially for the presentation of the members from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and Infrastructure Development. I see the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Arlene Williams. She is to my right, along with Mr. Stephen Edwards, the Managing Director for NROC. Thanks for coming. And I'm also seeing Mr. Varden Downer from National Works Agency. I know I'm missing somebody. And Mr. Yannick Watson, Chief Technical Director for NROC as well, in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I see to my left Senator Rose Bennett Cooper, and former, from the government side, and former Member of Parliament, who is here with us quite often, Sharon Hay Webster. Visiting also, whom I would love to especially welcome, is the family of Dr. Russell, who will be presenting. His wife is here, and his children are here to give him support. And I know that members from both constituencies, both the constituency of Clarendon North Central and St. Anne South Eastern, would be here in the gallery. I welcome you, as well as all the other members of the gallery joining us for today's sitting. I hope you find today to be an enjoyable one and you enjoy the proceedings. As usual, please remember the decorum required by visitors, no loud noise or clapping or disturbing the sitting of the House in any way. We would also like to notify that the broadcast is live on PBCJ, and we welcome them and others joining us via the various social media platforms and various media houses. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Miss Morrison, Miss Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Miss Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Miss Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Miss Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, and Ambassador Marks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask for the suspension of the agenda and that we go straight to public business. Let me join you in welcoming those who are here with us from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, as they have come to hear the Member of Parliament for Clarendon North Central, who will be our first presenter in our sectorial debates, the Honourable Robert Morgan. And I also join in welcoming those from North Central Clarendon and also those from St. Anne South East, especially the family of Dr. Russell, who will be making his first presentation in this House. So, Madam Speaker, could we suspend the agenda and go straight to public business, where we look forward to the presentation from the member from Clarendon North Central. All of us look forward to it.
House, the question is that we suspend the items on the agenda, move to public business to take the debate in the sectoral debate as we usually do. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let's make welcome to his feet the Minister in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Permission to speak?
I ask your permission to speak from a seat that is not ordinarily mine.
Permission granted, Minister.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I also ask that you allow me to, at times in my presentation, use the Jamaican language, which is not normally allowed in the House.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you
Members,
very much.
the question is that the member be allowed to speak from time to time in a language that is the Jamaican dialect. Those in favor? Those against? The standing orders have been suspended, Minister, to allow you. Thanks for following the rules, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to say that today I'm thankful. I am thankful for the privilege of serving the people of Jamaica. The works portfolio touches the daily life of every citizen, and the infrastructure challenge before us is not small. Neither is the government's ambition to meet it. In this portfolio, Madam Speaker, one quickly learns that the potholes come in many forms. Some are found on the road, others appear in politics. The responsibility of leadership, however, is to navigate both with patience, discipline, and a steady hand. Madam Speaker, I first want to express my sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, for his continued confidence in my stewardship of this portfolio. And member from Manchester, Northeast. In 2016, I had the pleasure of being appointed the youngest Director of Communications in the Office of the Prime Minister. In about 2022, I had the opportunity of being appointed the youngest Minister without portfolio with responsibility for information. And in 2024, I was appointed the youngest Minister without portfolio for works. So I have much to thank the Prime Minister for. His leadership and mentorship has been a significant part of my personal development. And he continues to inspire and guide not just me, but a lot of the younger members who surround me today as we traverse a very difficult political path to continue to bring Jamaica forward and continue to develop our country. I also acknowledge the outstanding team within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, led by Permanent Secretary Mrs. Arlene Williams. Her steady judgment, administrative discipline, and commitment to excellence continue to support the execution of this broad and demanding portfolio. I thank her and her team who have worked really hard assisting me with late nights with this presentation. Also, to the National Works Agency team that is here. I see Mr. Down and I understand Mr. Hunter is on his way. And also Mr. Shaw from the National Road Operating and Construction Company. Thank you very much for the support you have given me over the last 2 years. To the people of Clarendon North Central, thank you for your confidence you continue to place in me to keep me grounded, focused, and accountable. You remind me every day as your youngest ever MP that public service is not, I am a past student also of Garvey Maceo, but I did spend time in my final high school years at Clarendon College, and I want to say thank you to Mrs. Porteous, who was the vice principal, who accepted me into sixth form, as well as her husband, Mr. Porteous. They are both gone. Yes. but the legacy, Prestere et Prestare, continues to shine that bright light in the hills of Chapelton. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my team at my office, my secretary, all my support staff who are sitting here today, my councillors, Councillor Caretaker Faulkner, Councillor Brown who is here, and Councillor Mitchell who is not here today. I also want to thank my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of this house. I want to say I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of your constituents. Also, your persistent reminders about the roads in your communities. I assure you that the messages have been received, often more than once, and the work to address many of those concerns are underway. I want to, Madam Speaker, pay respect to my family, both extended and direct. To my 4 children, they don't believe I have 4 children, you know, Minister. I am a disciple of the Minister of Health. And I also want to thank my partner, Melisian, who has stood beside me through these years of trials and tribulations. I have fulfilled my biblical obligations. I don't think I need to do any more. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the people of Jamaica. Yes. When I think about the responsibility this portfolio carries, I'm reminded of what ordinary Jamaicans experience when they leave their homes. That mother in St. Elizabeth, navigating a difficult road to take her child to school. That farmer we met in South Trelawney, member, having to traverse challenging breakaways due to Hurricane Melissa to take their yam to market. The owner of the shop in Portland, whose customers sometimes don't come as often because the road access is difficult. And many commuters in Kingston and Portmore who call, and even members of parliament from both sides who advocate because of the challenges with the roads. These are not abstract concerns, and they are the daily reality that this portfolio exists to change. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I want to say, I am not under any illusion about how Jamaicans feel about traveling on some of our roads. They feel frustrated at times. In many cases, they feel forgotten. And I want to be clear, that frustration is not unreasonable. It is not political in many cases. It is legitimate expectation of citizens who pay taxes, elect governments, and deserve roads that reflect their investment in their country. Madam Speaker, before I outline what we are doing, I want to address a question that is in the minds of many Jamaicans. How is it possible that a government can invest billions of dollars in roads, and yet the average Jamaican, in many cases, still feels that roads are in a deplorable state? Madam Speaker, to understand why roads are in the condition they are, Jamaicans must understand something that goes far deeper than potholes. The state of our roads is not simply an engineering problem. It is a physical legacy of decades of economic mismanagement.
That's right.
When a government borrows beyond its means, when interest rates cost once consume nearly 70 cents of every dollar collected in taxes, when the wage bill crowds out every other category of spending, infrastructure does not get funded.
That's right.
It gets deferred.
True word.
Year after year, budget after budget, the rehabilitation that should have happened did not happen. The drainage that should have been upgraded was not upgraded. The bridges that needed to be replaced were not replaced. It is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that I, as a Minister of Works, now has the privilege of putting in 55 bridges. No other minister has ever put 55 bridges. of this minister having to put in 55 bridges, Madam Speaker, means that there needs to be 55 bridges put in. Who replaced the bridges before me? Where was the money to replace the bridges before me? For decades, including long periods under the PNP administrations, Jamaica carried one of the highest debt to GDP ratio in the world. The financial sector collapsed. FinSac wiped out savings and businesses and the future of many generations of Jamaicans, of an entire generation. As the debt spiral followed and consumed fiscal resources that should have been used to build roads, schools, hospitals for the period. Madam Speaker, I expect, and I'm not surprised, at the retort from members of the opposition. The JLP has been in power for a decade, they will proclaim. Why haven't you fixed it? Madam Speaker, when we took office in 2016, the debt to GDP ratio was above 120%. The unavoidable fiscal task was to stabilize the economy and arrest the debt trajectory. Without that foundation, nothing else was possible. Without a stable economy, there would be no spark. There would be no bridge program. There would be no perimeter road. No highway investment, Madam Speaker. You cannot build a house on crumbling foundations. And you cannot build an economy, and you cannot build infrastructure on a broken economy. Madam Speaker, then came COVID-19, which collapsed the tourism sector and devastated revenues, costing us years of hard-won progress. Then came the global supply chain disruptions and inflationary shocks that drove up the cost of fuel, asphalt, steel, and equipment, meaning the same dollar was building less roads. But who can forget Beryl? Then came Raphael. And then Melissa, the most destructive hurricane to affect Jamaica and live in memory, undoing in days infrastructure that took years and billions of dollars to build. The member from Southwest St. Elizabeth knows exactly the roads we built that are now gone. $80 million worth of roads disappeared in 2 days. Madam Speaker, it is only within the last year that Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio has returned to the level seen in the mid-90s. Let us think about that for a second. I was born in 1981.
Young boy.
It is for my entire lifetime, adult life, Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio has been at the level of the post-FinSac era.
Oh, yeah.
And it was only in 2025,
That's right.
when I am now 45, that the debt to GDP ratio has gone back to where it was before FinSac.
That's right. That's right. Rough.
This is how long it has taken to undo the damage, Madam Speaker. Not 10 years, not 20 years, an entire generation. And yet, even against this backdrop, this government has found the fiscal space to launch the largest road rehabilitation in Jamaica's history. To advance this government, to advance the accelerated bridge program, to advance the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, to invest billions in bridges and digital infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the lesson is simply put and is important. A country cannot build world-class infrastructure without the fiscal capacity to pay for it.
That's correct.
The capacity doesn't come from borrowing recklessly.
Amen.
It comes from managing an economy responsibly, reducing debt, stabilizing the currency, controlling inflation, and creating the conditions under which tax revenues can be directed towards national investment rather than consumed by interest payments and wages. Decades of underinvestment, Madam Speaker, cannot be undone overnight, not in the middle of a pandemic, not while absorbing back-to-back hurricanes, Not while global inflation is driving up the price of every ton of asphalt. But under this government, rest assured, they will be undone systematically, deliberately, with fiscal discipline and pragmatically. With fiscal discipline, we have demonstrated that with sustained investment, that discipline has been made possible. Deliberately, Madam Speaker. They want the punchline, so let me give them the punchline. Madam Speaker, with fiscal discipline, we have demonstrated that the sustained investment that discipline has made possible. That sustained investment is the perimeter road, the bridge program, Spark, Madam Speaker. You asked for the punchline, so I give it to you. Madam Speaker, the road to better roads runs directly through a well-managed economy. Jamaica has spent the last decade building that economy. Madam Speaker, when this administration took on this challenge, it did not start from zero. It started from a massive infrastructure deficit created by decades of underinvestment. That's true. We are digging out from that deficit while managing stronger storms, higher construction costs, global supply shocks, and rising public expectations. Madam Speaker, it is in that context that I invite this House and the people of Jamaica and the students from Clarendon College to examine not only the projects delivered, but the philosophy guiding them, the scale, the challenge being confronted, and the seriousness by which the government responds. Madam Speaker, this is why the theme of my presentation is good work, stronger by design. That's right. Madam Speaker, this is not a slogan. This is a governing philosophy. That's right. It means that the works portfolio cannot be judged only by the number of contracts signed or the number of kilometers paved or projects announced. Those things matter, but they are not enough. The real test is whether infrastructure performs under pressure. That's right. Madam Speaker, this government, this Andrew Holness-led administration, that is the standard we are applying because for far too long, that's right, Jamaica's infrastructure challenge has been treated mainly as a repair problem. Road fail, we patch it. Drain block, we clear it. Bridge weaken, we patch it. Those responses may be necessary at times, and we'll continue to respond on an emergency basis. That's right. But, Madam Speaker, the country cannot build its future on reaction alone. Jamaica cannot become the logistics sub-tourism hub, the Minister of Tourism, or which say tourism powerhouse, or manufacturing center, or digital economy without strong infrastructure. Madam Speaker, strong infrastructure is not decoration, it is development. That's right. Madam Speaker, under that philosophy, the works portfolio will be guided under 4 themes. The first is resilient infrastructure. Roads, bridges, drains, and corridors that are designed to last longer and perform better under climate and traffic pressure. Second, integrated development, ensuring that roads are coordinated with water, drainage, utilities, and digital infrastructure with pedestrian safety in mind. Third, efficient delivery, strengthening procurement, supervision, contractor accountability, and so on. And fourth, measurable outcomes, ensuring that success is not measured only by expenditure, but by reduced travel times, safer roads, better access, stronger communities. Madam Speaker, these themes are easy to declare, but the real test is delivery. I want to turn now, Madam Speaker, to some of the projects under which this philosophy has been guiding. Madam Speaker, the clearest expression, and I'm going to take some time with this, take all the time you want, of this government's new approach to road infrastructure is the Spark program. And I'm not surprised that members of the opposition would react that way. because the Spark program, yes, they try to distract, but let me focus. The Spark program is one of the most ambitious road rehabilitation ever undertaken by any government since independence. Madam Speaker, valued at $45 billion, which includes $5 billion for water infrastructure. This is the largest, this is the largest investment Jamaica has made in community roads in its history. Madam Speaker, I want the country to understand clearly what Spark is and what Spark is not. Madam Speaker, I want the country to understand clearly what Spark is and what Spark is not. Madam Speaker, Spark is not a patching program. Madam Speaker, Spark is not a temporary repair exercise.
That's right.
It is not an attempt to spread a little asphalt everywhere and pretend the road problem has been solved.
That is correct.
Spark is a rehabilitation and reconstruction program built on modern engineering standards, improved drainage, stronger pavement structures, better utility coordination, and long-term value for money. Madam Speaker, when I was a child, and I used to see the PWD man them come, and when them lay the asphalt, it never thick like this. This is the Spark standard, Madam Speaker.
That's right.
There are some who are short-sighted and want us to take the money and just patch every road.
Yes.
And then next year we take some more money and patch every road.
Yes.
But that is not a sustainable way to build resilience in infrastructure.
That's right. No,
Madam Speaker, every single Spark road has to be designed with a minimum service life of 7 to 14 years.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, since work commenced, we signed the Spark contract in December 2024. And the work started in March 2025.
That's right. That's right.
As of April 2026, Madam Speaker, we're at 26% completion.
That's right.
9 work orders valued at $18 billion have been instituted,
Right.
covering 369 community roads across 4 packages.
Amen.
Construction has commenced on 210 roads. 109 of them have already been completed. Madam Speaker, which time in the history of Jamaica has this country fixed 109 roads in 12 months? It has never happened before.
Never happened.
We have reconstructed, Madam Speaker, in 1 year, a record number of roads.
That's correct.
Madam Speaker, when we went, and I say this story all the time, when the Prime Minister and I went to Everest Drive,
Yes.
we looked at the road and the NWA said to us this was going to be a $70 million road. And when the work started on the road, Madam Speaker, we realized that we needed to replace the pipe.
Yes.
We could have done like what used to happen in the past.
That's right.
And not replace the pipe and pave the road.
No, we're not doing that.
But the Prime Minister gave us strict instruction, no matter the cost, the people must get good road.
Here, here. That's right.
Madam Speaker, there was disruption of the hillside.
Hello. Hi.
And persons' homes were made vulnerable. We never had in the budget retaining walls for Everest Drive. But we built retaining walls to protect the livelihood and the homes of people who live there. So while the cost of Everest Drive has increased, we are comfortable with the increase because the value has been transferred to the people of Jamaica who pay the taxes and deserve good roads. I don't hear the member from East Kingston and Port Royal quarreling because he understands what we have done. Madam Speaker, when we went to Collie Smith Drive,
Yes.
and the sewage lines ruptured,
Yes.
in the past we would have just block it off and leave it. But under the Spark program, working with the NWC, me and Minister Samuda worked together and we fixed the sewage lines on Collie Smith Drive. Yes, it took some time. Yes, it took some time, Madam Speaker. I don't hear the Member of Parliament for that area complaining. I don't hear him complaining because he understands that the value of Spark has been transferred to the people of Collie Smith Drive who deserve it. Madam Speaker, there are some persons who are saying that the program is taking too long. The Spark program is a contract for a 2-year period with a 1-year defects liability period. No road will be handed over to the government under the Spark program unless it is approved by the independent consultant who have to inspect all the roads before they are handed over. Madam Speaker, if the road is handed over and we discover that by the acts or omissions of the contractor something happened to the road, the contractor is obligated to go back and fix the road. It's the first time, Madam Speaker, that community roads, parish council roads are getting this standard. So to the people of Jamaica, I say, if Spark don't reach here yet, we're coming. And to the people who have Spark and are asking when it's going to finish, we are doing the work properly, so when we are finished, you will be happy that your tax dollars were well spent. Madam Speaker, the program focuses on local and community roads, but it also has a main road component. The main road component, the Prime Minister will announce in short order. But I just want to mention shortly. We have a formula to determine the main roads. The main roads are not based on political desires. For example, let's look at a road like Port Henderson in St. Catherine. We have assessed the population, we have assessed the daily traffic, we have assessed the amount of schools, the amount of clinics, whether it is an emergency road, and that's how we have chosen the Spark main roads. The Spark main roads are the arteries that drive economic activity in Jamaica, and they are going to be fixed at the same standard that the other roads are being fixed, a standard that is an international standard.
That's right, that's right. That's right, that's right.
Madam Speaker, it means that we're not going to be patching the main roads. We're not going to only repair the surface. Roads such as Malines Road, Washington Boulevard, Red Hills Road, Stony Hill to Golden Spring, Cooperage to Garden Town, Florizel Glasspool Boulevard, roads in Hanover, roads in Westmoreland. These roads are slated to be upgraded under the main road program. Madam Speaker, Spark is not only building community roads, yes, it's building main roads that carry daily movement of the country. Also want to address the question of fairness. The roads under Spark were not selected in secret.
No.
As a matter of fact, they were selected before my time.
That is correct.
Under a transparent process led by the SDC and the Constituency Development Fund.
That is correct.
The meetings were advertised.
Yes.
Churches came, civil society groups came,
All rules go.
opposition came, government came,
Yes.
and the roads
Dr. Charles
were
invite
selected.
Dr. Charles invite you.
The project pipeline, Madam Speaker, was developed through island-wide consultations.
That's correct.
And we are proud that for the first time in the history of Jamaica, the people were consulted on which roads they think were the roads to be repaired. This has never happened before. No government has had a national program to consult with the citizens to ask which roads do you think is most important to you. Madam Speaker, every constituency received a baseline allocation of $200 million. And then we developed an equity formula where the constituencies with the longest roads receive some more money. We have a Spark website that this information is on. But I just want to demonstrate, Madam Speaker, the difference in how the allocations were done. Let's look at Clarendon Central. Clarendon Central has 320 kilometers of community roads. It would have gotten a base allocation of $200 million. But the equity allocation, because it has less road density than another one I'm going to mention, was $54 million. Let's go over to Hanover Eastern, which has a road density of 621 kilometers. It too got a base allocation of $200 million, but got $104 million extra because of the length of roads in that constituency.
So much money.
The equity formula was not political, Madam Speaker. The equity formula was fair. And that's why our confidence in the Spark program cannot be shaken. Madam Speaker,
What about Eastern and West?
Jamaica has approximately 27,000 kilometers of roads. But only 5,000 of them are under the control of the National Works Agency. Spark is historic but cannot repair every single road in Jamaica.
That is correct.
While the Spark program is going on, we still have other programs such as our patching program, our CAPEX program, our major investment on highways, and several other programs. The government entered into a program delivery contract, but implementation was always designed to proceed in phases. This allows for sequencing, oversight, and control. We recognize that this Spark program will not fix every road that is currently on the system as recommended. And that is why the Prime Minister has instructed that we start the planning for Spark 2.
What? Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Good Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the commitment of this government is not simply to move fast. It is to move properly, transparently, and set a standard that protects public investment.
That's right.
While Spark is transforming road access in communities along selected main corridors, we're also advancing major capital infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, one of the projects that we're most proud of is the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project, which was designed to respond to the pressure that was causing challenges in Montego Bay. The project is a design and build program that is governed by the National Road Operating and Construction Company. The original contract was $274 million, but we have to revise it to $354 million as we have added the Long Hill bypass. Madam Speaker, at the heart of the project is 15 kilometers that functions along the perimeter of Montego Bay and will divert traffic from the city center and improve movement across the region. Madam Speaker, there were many calls of persons stuck on Howard Cook Boulevard for 2 hours who may not have business in Montego Bay but had to traverse through Montego Bay to go to Hanover or Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, we are proud of the Montego Bay Perimeter Road.
That's right. That's right.
Madam Speaker, complementing the Perimeter Road is the Long Hill bypass. We have upgraded it from a 2-lane concept to a 4-lane facility with median barriers. This decision reflects the very principle of building stronger by design, not merely designing for today's traffic, but anticipating tomorrow's demand. We're also going to be expanding Barnett Street and work on construction of a 2-lane bridge over the Montego River will address the long-standing bottlenecks in the critical commercial area. Madam Speaker, the Montego Bay bypass is approximately 85% complete. And we expect, I see the head of NROC here, Prime Minister, we expect that by September, October, you will be walking into St. James to cut the ribbon for the Montego Bay perimeter road. Madam Speaker, along with the Montego Bay perimeter road, we did, before Melissa, order a complete drainage study of St. James, Montego Bay to be exact. It is a good thing that we did that and had the foresight to do it, because what it did is showed us what are some of the solutions we will be able to implement in places like Catherine Hall that you see on the screen. Madam Speaker, Catherine Hall has a drainage problem. If you look, when we look at the, let me give you a little context as to what happened in St. James. We found that the rainfall exceeded 350 millimeters in 24 hours, with peak intensities reaching 295 millimeters per hour. We also found that the Montego River recorded peak flows of approximately 2,132 to 2,653 cubic meters per second, consistent with a 500-year return period event. These flows exceeded the design capacity of the Barnett Street Bridge by approximately 1,600%. That is the scale of the climate reality we are now facing. As a response, we are going to increase the conveyance capacity, make maintenance easier, and improve performance in the flat terrain in the Catherine Hall area. We have a proposed system which we are still assessing to look, which we are going to call the Montego Bay River Flood Control Plan, which is designed to preserve the existing levee system with controlled discharge points and backflow prevention measures.
Solid.
Madam Speaker, not only is the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project improving travel time and reliability, but it's also, as a residue of it, going to improve the drainage situation in Montego Bay to ensure that the people of West Green and Catherine Hall are not subjected to the devastating floods they faced under Melissa. Madam Speaker, the Southern Coastal Highway project is 98% complete.
That's right. Right, Ruth?
Madam Speaker, the ship was a difficult project.
Yes.
It's never recommended by engineers to do such an expansive project where people are using the road while you're doing the project. It is what you call a brownfield project. Yes, there was a lot of disruption, there's a lot of inconvenience, but Madam Speaker, there is no one who can honestly say that the road from Harborview to Yallas going to Portland has not significantly improved the lives of the people of St. Thomas. Madam Speaker, if you look on Google, Prime Minister, you will see that Google has already named the road the Paul Bogle Highway. And I don't know if a member of Google is in the cabinet, but last year before the elections, cabinet did approve the renaming of a section of the highway to the Paul Bogle Highway, and I am aware that the Prime Minister will be cutting another ribbon, member from St. Catherine, in renaming that section of the road the Paul Bogle. We just have walk and a cut ribbon, we can't help it. Madam Speaker, the South Coast Highway Improvement Project has changed lives.
Yeah, man.
It is 98% complete, but we still have a lot of work to do. It is not just a road. It has sewage, not sewage, it has sewage, but it also has water line. It is not normal, Madam Speaker. Normal, Madam Speaker, in Jamaica's history, for such intense infrastructure to be put into an area that is not as developed. But the reason why we did it is we know that people wanted to develop St. Thomas. Before SHIP, you could go to St. Thomas and people were willing to just sell you their land.
Yes, yes.
I want anyone in here to go and try buy any land in St. Thomas right now and see.
Not even Rose can buy that.
The value of property in St. Thomas has increased significantly because of the investment that we have made in the infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we're doing the Port Antonio bypass as well, which is an extension of the South Coast Highway. And this will create another avenue to traverse Portland without going into Port Antonio. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about another program. It is called the Capital Expenditure Program.
Yes.
I'm pleased to report that the dualization of Grange Lane in Portmore is now substantially complete and already providing relief to motorists and commuters.
Amen.
I can also report that the widening of the Brayton Road and the Hellshire Main Road has reached approximately 40% completion. Madam Speaker, we are the government that believes in Portmore. We believe that the road network in Portmore must be strengthened to support growth, commercial activity, public transportation, and future development. As Portmore is about to be a parish, Madam Speaker, it is important that the infrastructure is built in Portmore commensurate with its parish status.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, but that's not all. The widening of Arthurine Drive with the installation of potable water and sewage infrastructure has been advertised and is going through the tendering process. The widening of Camp Road, which includes potable water and sewage infrastructure, has also been advertised and is going through the tendering process. These are not promises, members. The PIMS process, Public Investment Management Secretariat process, has approved these projects. These projects are going to happen. These two packages account for $3.4 billion in planned expenditure. I want to apologize in advance to the people of Kingston and St. Andrew, as when these projects begin before the end of the year, there will be disruption. And that's a part of the reason why we would love to start East Kingston and Lady Musgrave at the same time. We would love to start Tom Redcombe Drive at the same time. These projects are ready to be implemented. We would love to start the new entry to Portmore and Municipal Boulevard at the same time. We would love to replace the bridge over Sandy Gully to Kenhill Drive at the same time. But Madam Speaker, while this government has a development ethos, the government also has compassion.
Here, here. That's right. That's right.
So the Prime Minister has instructed that we should build as quickly as we can, but we must also sequence the projects with consideration for the motoring public. Yes, man, we're phasing it in. Madam Speaker, Spark is rebuilding communities. The Perimeter Road is transforming Western mobility. The South Coast Highway Improvement Project is strengthening the southern and eastern corridor. The Port Antonio bypass is preparing Portland for further growth, and the CAPEX is addressing urban congestion where citizens feel it every day. Madam Speaker, this is not scattered construction. It's a national infrastructure program designed to improve movement, support development, strengthen resilience, and connect Jamaicans more effectively to opportunity.
That's right, John. That's right.
Madam Speaker, I want to now turn to another big program. There's a lot of them, you know.
Turn to anyone you want.
The Accelerated Bridge Program. I mentioned earlier in this presentation, Madam Speaker, that I am the first minister without portfolio who has the privilege, the youngest one, the privilege to be overseeing the building of 55 bridges in Jamaica. No other minister, and by extension, no other prime minister, no other government has invested so much in our bridges than this administration.
Mikhail.
Madam Speaker, The program has already been approved by the Investment Secretariat, and Cabinet will soon give approval, finally, for the contract signing, as the updated technical offer has already been submitted, and we are now in negotiations with our international partners for final approval in the coming weeks. This program is moving from policy approval to technical development, financing, and eventually execution. Each bridge requires design work, environmental and social due diligence. The PIMS process caused us to do geotechnical assessments and other inquiries to ensure that the project was fit for purpose. The program is not about only replacing structures. The program is about building greater resilience in our road network. Right. Madam Speaker, when I went to Black River after Melissa, we saw the damage that the hurricane did to the Black River Bridge. That bridge will be replaced under the program. Madam Speaker, the accelerated bridge program was envisaged by our previous Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, long before Melissa. But we did our assessments and we realized that a lot of the bridges in Western Jamaica, due to the hurricane, were challenged. A large portion of the bridges, over 20 of the bridges that are going to be built, will be in the disaster area. And I think the people of Western Jamaica are recognizing that the government will be intervening in their bridges. Madam Speaker, it's about building greater resilience, not just in bridges, but our road network. Our bridges must be designed to withstand stronger floods, heavier flows, changing rainfall patterns. Hurricane Melissa reminded us that weak links in the road network can quickly become points of isolation. This is why bridge resilience is road resilience. On June 5, we cut another ribbon. We opened the long-awaited Troy Bridge, restoring vital connection for communities between Manchester and Trelawney. Madam Speaker, on June 12, we opened the Spring Village Bridge in St. Catherine. We are demonstrating, Madam Speaker, the value of a government that is able to spend resources for the benefit of the people. Work continues, Madam Speaker, on the Craig Mill Bridge in Portland, and several other bridges are under the recurrent expenditure program for repair. Currently, Madam Speaker, we are patching several sections of the island. I wish that the patching would have started earlier, but this government will not circumvent the procurement process. We will go through the procedures to ensure that nobody can come to Parliament member from St. Mary and accuse the Ministry of Works of not functioning with probity, accountability, and transparency. Before I end, Madam Speaker, I want to speak about Melissa. Madam Speaker, the National Works Agency has expended significant resources, especially in the areas that were most affected by Hurricane Melissa. By March of this year, we spent approximately $6 billion in our emergency response, clearance, drainage, restoring traffic signals, and emergency patching. Madam Speaker, this kind of work often happens under pressure and away from the spotlight. I want to give credit to the staff at the National Works Agency. That's right. The National Works Agency lost several of its offices in Western Jamaica, but none of our staff did not turn up to work. They were there when the road to Black River through Holland Bamboo needed to be cleared. That's right. They were there when several sections of Westmoreland needed to be accessed by the emergency services. None of the staff at the National Works Agency called in sick during Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, as a testament to the planning of this government through the Ministry of Economic Growth and the National Works Agency, no less than a representative from the World Bank commended the government on opening the roads. 85% were open within 5 days. That was a record. wasn't us blowing our own trumpet, Madam Speaker. It was somebody from outside looking in, commending us. I do not take credit for that because I promote policy. But the people of Jamaica should take credit that we have built institutions that can respond to disaster in a quick way to save lives of the people of our country. Madam Speaker, we are also doing several gully programs. We have commenced work targeting several areas such as Torrington Bridge and other gullies in the parish of St. Andrew. And we will announce more gullies to come in subsequent presentations. But Madam Speaker, before I close, I want to finally talk about one of the most important policy directions that we have been given by the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has approximately 27,000 kilometers of roads. Approximately 5,000 kilometers fall under the direct responsibility of the National Works Agency. The remaining network includes parochial roads, which are parish council roads, farm roads, private roads, and in some cases, roads that belong to no one, which we call orphan roads. Madam Speaker, the Jamaican citizen, when a road is bad, does not first ask whether it's a main road, a parish council road, or a community road.
That's right, that's right.
The citizen simply asks, when you are going to fix my road?
That is correct.
This is why institutional reform is important. For far too long, Jamaica's road networks have been affected by fragmented responsibility, uneven standards, overlapping mandates, inconsistencies with maintenance practices, and limited coordination across parishes. This is why Cabinet, Madam Speaker, has approved the establishment of the One Road Authority. Despite what you may have heard, the One Road Authority is not here to weaken local government. It is not to remove the importance of parish-level responsiveness. It is not to ignore the knowledge of members of parliament, councillors, municipal authorities, and communities. The objective is to create a clearer, stronger, more coordinated national framework for road planning and standards. Madam Speaker, Cabinet has approved the One Road Authority as an agency that will have two functions: an implementer of roads of national roads and a regulator of all roads. Madam Speaker, it will subsume the functions of NROC and the Toll Authority as well as the National Works Agency. Madam Speaker, the regulator for all roads is important. As for too long, we have seen our roads being damaged, but no one takes responsibility for holding those doing the damage accountable. One of the important tools that will be in the reform will be the Jamaica Road Register, where finally the Jamaica will have a database of every road, who owns the road, what's the condition of the road, and persons will be able, through our app, to submit pictures and tell us what the condition of the road, if somebody has damaged the road, so we can respond. So the website is being developed by the Jamaica Information Service and the National Spatial Data Management Branch, and will be launched soon, and will give persons the power to be more influential in the management of their roads. Madam Speaker, for the fiscal year, the works portfolio policies are aligned to the government's policy agenda. Our efforts during the coming year will continue to be guided by our strategic priorities of rehabilitation, reconstruction, capital projects, and bridge safety while building resilience. Road network rehabilitation will continue through SPARK, maintenance through the GO program, and several other projects such as the CAPEX program, the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, and the Perimeter Road Project. Madam Speaker, on the capital side, we have spent so far approximately 22% of our capital budget, with allocations to SPARK, SHIP, the Troy Bridge, and the dualization of the Brayton and Hellshire Main Road. Total capital expenditure across these highlighted projects stood at approximately $1.4 billion of a total of $6 billion. These investments reflect government's continued commitment to modernizing Jamaica's road infrastructure. While, Madam Speaker, we would love to repair all roads, we still have to balance our fiscal ability with the desires of the society. Jamaica's infrastructure has several challenges, but this government is working very hard to mitigate them. One of the areas, Madam Speaker, that we're trying to use to boost efficiency is by enforcing more accountability within the road management system. Yes. I recently, as a policy directive, issued a memorandum to the National Works Agency to ensure that we govern the quality of asphalt, the way contractors are patching the road, the supervision that is being done in the road maintenance programs to ensure that the public gets value for money in the road maintenance programs. That's right. Madam Speaker, rules are coming to deal with overloaded trucks who are destroying our infrastructure, and also persons who continue to emanate destructive substances on our roads. 4 minutes. Madam Speaker, no minister with responsibility for works can travel Jamaica and be indifferent to the condition of our roads. That's true. But impatience must be matched by disciplined execution, not careless shortcuts. The country does not benefit from roads that are rushed, poorly drained, inadequately supervised, which quickly fail. The country benefits when roads are properly scoped, properly designed, properly built, and properly maintained. That's right. I raise these challenges not as excuses, Madam Speaker, but as realities that must be confronted and managed. The responsibility of government is not to pretend the road problem is simple. It is to organize resources, institutions, standards, contractors, data, and execution systems required to solve the problems over time. That's right. Madam Speaker, that's why the portfolio is pursuing major programs such as SPARK, strategic investments like SHIP, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, bridge resilience through the Accelerated Bridge Program, emergency interventions through GO, post-hurricane works, and institutional reform through One Road Authority. Together, these efforts reflect serious national response to a serious national challenge. We're not managing decline, Madam Speaker, we are rebuilding capacity. That's right. Madam Speaker, we are strengthening systems, we are confronting long-standing deficits, and we are investing in infrastructure that supports national growth, public safety, resilience, and opportunity. Madam Speaker, to conclude, taken together, these projects, investments, priorities, reforms, challenges, and preparations I have outlined today tell one clear story. A government that is building under pressure, but delivering with consistency. The task before us is not small, Madam Speaker, and the demands are real. The network is extensive, the expectations are high, the climate is changing and the costs are rising, but the responsibility of government is not to retreat from difficulty. It is to confront with clarity, strategy, and action. At its heart, this work has never been only about asphalt, concrete, steel, and machinery. It is about people. Yes. Madam Speaker, it is about the farmer getting produce to the market, the student getting to school safely, the worker getting home to a family, the entrepreneur accessing new opportunity. We do not pretend that every road can be fixed at once. We do not pretend that every challenge has already been solved. But we can say with confidence that with the direction we have, the investments, the reforms, that we will continue to build deliberately and sustainably. We'll continue to maintain consistently and responsibly. We'll continue to prepare with vigilance and resolve. And we'll continue to invest in infrastructure that does more than serve the present, but strengthens the future. Madam Speaker, good works, stronger by design, is not simply the theme of this presentation. It is the standards we must now hold ourselves to. Better roads, stronger bridges, smarter drainage, modern systems, clear accountability. Jamaica better connected to itself and better prepared for the future. This is the commitment of this government. That is the mission of this portfolio. And with discipline, partnership, good leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, this is the Jamaica that we are building. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I want to advise colleagues that based on the requests and the current season, that the Prime Minister has approved an additional amount of $1 million to each Member of Parliament, which is also in aid of our independence celebration. So you will be notified when that letter will be delivered to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we thank the Minister of Works for his continued good works that will be shown right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. And we now turn over to Dr. Kenneth Russell, the member from St. Anne South East, for his maiden sectoral presentation.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
I rise, Madam Speaker, for my first contribution to a sectoral debate. I'm deeply conscious that no one arrives at this moment by himself. So I want to thank everyone, but especially the Almighty God above for his boundless blessings. The people of Southeast St. Anne who have given me the privilege of serving as their Member of Parliament. To my team in the constituency, the staff and the volunteers who make this possible, especially my councillors, two of whom are here, Councillor Gohagan, Councillor Garrick, and Councillor Harty and Bell. I want to thank the party leader for your trust and your support, Mr. Golding. Now, if you know me, you know that family means everything. So I want to big up my family because they have been there throughout. But Madam Speaker, every day I feel I have won 100 billion because I got me a good woman. 21 years of marriage. Now, 40 years ago, the government said I failed the common entrance exam. But there was a teacher who believed otherwise. She saw a possibility. She knew that it was a system constraining and limiting a boy's potential. She took action, and she got me into Ferncourt High School. Today, I want to acknowledge my grade 6 teacher from Benton All-Age School, who is sitting here with us, Miss Janet A. But in many ways, Madam Speaker, this entire presentation is about that principle, the transformative belief, the transformative power of belief. Belief in people, belief in communities, belief in possibilities. So I speak today on rural development, which addresses the location and conditions in which people live. And I also speak on community development, which strengthens the capacity of people to shape the conditions under which they live. The future of Jamaica demands and depends on our ability to advance both of these agendas simultaneously. So, Madam Speaker, today I will prosecute one simple charge. My charge is not that the government has done nothing. It might be only 2%, but they've done something. Some roads have been rehabilitated, water projects undertaken, and some programs, even in 9 Mile, implemented. But my charge, Madam Speaker, is much more serious. My charge is that rural and community development have been abandoned as a priority by this government. The evidence begins with the responsible minister's presentation. 23 pages, 1 hour. You want to tell me how many times the minister said rural? I was expecting 10. I was expecting 5. I was expecting 4. I was expecting 3. I was expecting 2. And then I said I would settle for 1. I couldn't find it. 0. The responsible minister said it 0 times. But the larger issue is whether rural development exists as a philosophy of the government and whether it is part of the vision for national development. Madam Speaker, rural and urban people live in different Jamaicas. For too many Jamaicans, where they live shapes access, opportunity, and outcomes. That reality is not accidental. It is not inevitable. And for us on this side, Prime Minister, it is not acceptable. Let's look at the numbers. We know that just about 1 of every 2 Jamaicans live in rural areas. But with the decline in poverty, you would expect to see a similar change among rural areas. But 11.5% of rural Jamaicans live in poverty, compared to 3% in the Kingston metropolitan area. So if you live in a rural area, you're 4 times more likely to be poor. That's a different Jamaica from the Kingston Jamaica. Not only is it higher than urban and the national average, the decline of poverty in rural Jamaica has been much, much slower. But let's think about the most vulnerable, our children and adolescents. Among adolescents, the poverty rate is 24% in rural Jamaica. Among children, 22%. So 1 of every 4 children you meet in a rural area lives in poverty. This, in 2026, is unacceptable to me, and that's unacceptable to those of us on this side. But what else is unacceptable is the fact that when we talk about safely managed drinking water, that means the water is available to you on the premises where you live, not improved water services where you have to travel 20 minutes to get the water. When you think about safely managed drinking water, only about half, 54.7% of rural Jamaica has that access in their households, compared to almost 80% in urban areas. And when you think of internet access at home, 59% in rural areas, but 71 in urban communities. The pattern is unmistakable. Things are worse off for you if you live in rural Jamaica. This is a shame and is unacceptable. But it's critical that we think not only of these as numbers. We know, for example, that a child who grows up in poverty child poverty is a predictor of future educational outcomes, future health outcomes, future earnings, and future contribution to national productivity. So, Madam Speaker, one of the greatest weaknesses in our approach to development is that we think about the problems individually. We separate them and we deal with them one at a time. But people don't live one issue at a time. They experience them all together. So take a young lady living in Long Look in Clarendon. She earns the minimum wage. She has a child with a disability. The child becomes ill. She wants to know whether the clinic is open. She wants to call ahead to check. But the signal is poor. The internet access is not available. So she waits. The child's condition worsens. So she spends the last penny that she has to get to the clinic. The roads, like most rural roads, are terrible. So the fare is much higher. The journey has shaken her and taken the last energy that she has. She shows up at the clinic is closed. The doctor is not there. This nightmare is not related to one disadvantage. What she faced was what we call multiple overlapping disadvantages. Madam Speaker, this government used to boast that it doesn't have any new taxes. But I tell you, my rural people pay them taxes multiple times over. They pay a distance tax. They pay a poor roads tax. They pay no water tax. They pay a weak connectivity tax, limited transportation tax, and delayed access to services tax. We put that together, that creates what we call a quality of life tax. A debt paid in opportunities deferred, treatment delayed, earnings lost, and human potential diminished. A people constrained in this way, Madam Speaker, cannot truly optimize their potential. So, Madam Speaker, the challenges continue to multiply in rural areas simply because there is no comprehensive plan for the development of rural Jamaica. There are many agencies doing many things. RADA, rural water, rural electrification. Yet they do not really work together. There is no framework for them to work together. A rural development plan would help to align investment. It would help to decide, would help us decide infrastructure and land use. But you know what's most shocking, Madam Speaker? The last time we did an assignment of areas of the country by urban and rural was in the National Physical Development Plan of 1978. 1978. That plan was from 1978 to 1998. 28 years later, it has not been revised. An effective plan would also help us to strike the balance so that investment is not concentrated in any one place, like along the coastline. Case in point, Madam Speaker, along the north coast from Port Maria, and you continue all the way down to Rio Bueno, a concentration of investment. That is a reflection of the failure to plan and the failure to ensure that our people access the resources in an equitable way. As a first step in correcting this problem, Madam Speaker, the government should ensure that all parishes complete their parish development orders. And this should be done within the shortest possible time. But I want to give a little credit because there is no comprehensive plan. But I had an experience with a member of this House, the minister responsible for water and climate change. He called me and my team. We sat down for hours. We reviewed my constituency from community to community, and we spoke about the possibilities for providing water. He never give me what I want, but at least we have a plan. At least I know what's not going to happen. At least we know the possibilities. So this, however, is the exception, but it should not be. It should be the norm. We should expect it of ministers, because in the absence of a comprehensive plan, it's the next best thing. So, Madam Speaker, rural development creates opportunity, while community development empowers people to turn opportunities into progress for themselves and their communities. At the center of that effort stands one of Jamaica's most important institutions, the community center. When the minister spoke, he didn't give us much of a vision as to where we're going with community centers. So let me offer some ideas. We must reimagine these spaces. We must see them as multi-purpose and self-sustaining entities. Imagine your community center maintaining a schedule of events for which you can sign up to participate or to support. It runs a program of activities that generate revenues and keep and maintain the center. It's a place where skills are taught, where youth innovate and explore, internet access for education and entrepreneurs, where dances and debates and sports and games are held. Simply put, it's the place to be. But too many community centers sit underutilized, and many cannot be used. Many damaged by the hurricane remain untouched. 8 months later, the minister says he's awaiting the report from the assessment. 8 months and a new hurricane season later. No time frame, no plan. No time frame, no plan. The community center must once again become the heart of the community. It needs a vision, it needs a plan, and the government needs to put money to invest to make them better. But, Madam Speaker, community development requires belief in people. Nobody exemplifies that more than the Right Excellent Norman Washington Manley when he created Jamaica Welfare in 1937. That belief drove him to persuade a reluctant banana company to support an annual allocation of about £80,000 to fund Jamaica Welfare. Today, that funding is equivalent to approximately 1.5 billion Jamaican dollars. Do you know what the budget for the SDC is? $1.9 billion. 1.9, but we have more communities and almost more than twice the population of that time. So nearly 90 years have passed, and so we must ask ourselves some difficult questions. Have we kept pace with the ambition of that original vision? No. Have we modernized our approach to community development? No. But we know that for it to work, communities must trust the institutions that serve them. Trust is the most valuable currency of community development. So in this regard, the SDC occupies a unique space in Jamaican public life. It enters communities not as a regulator or enforcer, but as a facilitator of action. That role depends on trust. The principle must be protected. So, Madam Speaker, when the lines between community development and partisan politics becomes blurred, the institution's credibility suffers. Trust dies. So we are very concerned about a very disconcerting pattern emerging at the SDC. We see a number of former JLP candidates who lost in the elections appointed to senior roles in the SDC. What do I mean? The chairman is a losing JLP candidate. The executive director is a losing JLP candidate. The parish manager of the KSA is a losing JLP candidate. These are not undercover activists. All contested and lost elections. All we know in terms of qualifications is that they lost an election. So the question is this their reward? Madam Speaker, the minister must also update us on what is happening with the governance of the SDC. What is the status of the board? Is there a fully constituted board in place? If he can answer those questions honestly, it will tell us what is happening in that entity. But the SDC also has some issues with staffing. Many constituencies across this country do not know who their community development officer is because they don't have one. In my constituency, there are supposed to be 3. But for the last 3 or 4 years, we've only had 1. And I know it's not unique. I understand recruitment is now taking place. But why does it take 2-3 years to replace these? It should not take an election to replace these persons. Madam Speaker, we ask a lot of the SDC. We're asking a transformative institution to operate with tools that belong to a bygone era. I believe the time has come for a comprehensive review and modernization of the legislative framework governing community development. This should start with the 1958 Act. Because, Madam Speaker, the world is changing fast. The aspirations of our people are changing even faster. The opportunities, technologies, and expectations of today are not the same as those of 68 years ago when the legislation was passed. So, you know, it has me thinking, Madam Speaker, that while the government is playing tic-tac-toe, the rest of the society has moved on to fee, fi, fo. Madam Speaker, I know what community development can achieve. I'm from the hills of St. Anne, Pedro River. We had a spring up in the mountains where we would catch water. For years, generations would go with their buckets and their bottles. And then the revolution, a community organization, a proposal, work with the SDC, and now that community has a community water system that supplies the entire community at a flat rate. They don't know what water lockout is like. The power of the people. But a similar story exists in Hampstead, Central St. Mary. Different parish, different community, but same experience. They developed and managed a community water system that serves the needs of the community. The lesson from Pedro River and Hampstead is not really so much about the water. The lesson is about what becomes possible when communities are organized, supported, and trusted. But, you know, across rural Jamaica, our communities remain resilient. The people have not given up on themselves. They continue to organize, to volunteer, to worship, and support one another. What is disappearing are the institutions that give communities their voice, their identity. The post office, the post offices, the postal agencies, leaking, falling apart, but an appeal to Kingston, no reprieve comes. The libraries that are slowly disappearing, the markets like Claremont's, destroyed and still awaiting repairs. the Citizens Association struggling to remain active. As each of these institutions weaken, Mr. Speaker, the community's social fabric grows a little thinner. This is not simply a story of deteriorating buildings. It's a story of weakening community structures, the very institutions and practices that create belonging, that make people feel as if they belong somewhere. But this did not happen in isolation. It is part of a much larger story about how development has unfolded in Jamaica and whose interests it has served. To understand why so many rural communities struggle today, we must therefore move beyond the symptoms and examine the roots of the problem. Many of the inequalities we see today are not accidents. They are inheritances. Colonial Jamaica was not designed to maximize the well-being of these communities. It was designed to maximize extraction, not for balanced development. As a result, there are communities across Jamaica that have spent generations watching development happen elsewhere, watching their young people leave because opportunities are not to be found at home. Too many rural communities, Mr. Speaker, continue to be sites of extraction, growing the global economy while struggling to secure the basic infrastructure that they need to survive. This must end. We must shun the idea that in this day and age, an entire community can be relocated to facilitate mining. We must shun the idea that rural communities host quarries and mining operations that do not recognize the damage they do to communities or compensate when they do that damage. We must shun the idea that rural communities host huge businesses that serve an exclusive clientele but do not address the needs of the local communities. And we must shun the idea that communities only provide the labor, the day labor required, but cannot be the partners in the development of their communities. So, Mr. Speaker, inequality created intentionally cannot be corrected by accident. It requires deliberate action. So let me quote the right excellent Marcus, a saint and man, on this. He said, chance has never satisfied the hopes of a suffering people. Action, self-reliance, vision of self and the future have been the only means by which the oppressed have seen and realized the light of their own freedom. Daddy Marcus. That is why today I want to introduce a new term, reparatory development. This is the conscious decision to organize development in a way that repairs inherited inequalities. This approach builds social and economic institutions to ensure future generations do not inherit the same disadvantages of the past. It recognizes that Jamaica must continue to pursue reparations for the historical injustices of slavery and colonialism. And this government, Mr. Speaker, must summon the moral fortitude to show leadership at the global discussions on reparations. Our history demands that our government speak and act boldly on this issue. But at home, reparatory development calls on the government to proactively dismantle inherited inequalities and commit to creating conditions for greater equity, opportunity, and justice for our people. It cannot be 2%. It must be timely. It must be radical. It must serve the people. And so that is why Every Jamaican who is waiting for a title for the land they occupy says no, Minister. No, Prime Minister. No, Mr. Speaker. We will not wait 20 years to get a title. Reparatory development calls on us to act now and to act with urgency. So, for too long, the discussions have focused almost entirely on what rural Jamaica lacks. Today, I ask a different question. What could rural Jamaica become? The future, come with me to the future. Come with me to the rural renaissance. A rural Jamaica that remains rooted in agriculture, but more productive, more profitable, and more technologically advanced. A rural Jamaica where tourism is grounded in and benefits the local community. Where culture thrives and becomes enterprise. Our medicinal herbs, cannabis, and others are dispensed around the world. Where young people are supported to explore ideas, grow their talents, and build businesses. And the people are able to innovate, explore, and live full lives. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Here are 5 interlinked and integrated pillars which, implemented, will unleash the potential of rural Jamaica. The first one is purposeful planning, from projects to purpose. Too much of what passes for rural development is ad hoc and haphazard. We need a national rural development framework, a modernized parish development order, a rural development coordination council, and an annual rural development report to be tabled in this parliament. The second relates to rebuilding the foundations of community life. Effective rural development is sustained by institutions that organize people, build leadership, and strengthen communities. To achieve that, we need to modernize community development legislation, transform our community centers into development hubs, and strengthen the community development and parish development committees to deepen citizen participation in decision-making. The third, Mr. Speaker, is infrastructure. No Jamaican should pay a penalty because of where they live. It is not too much to ask for universal access to safely managed water. It is not too much to ask that the rehabilitation of rural roads and farm-to-market corridors so we can take our goods without hindrance. It's not too much to ask for the expansion of broadband and telecommunication infrastructures to connect Jamaicans to the modern economy. The fourth one is to unleash the human potential, because that's where the real power rests, our people. Consider a rural achievement initiative for youth, community skills and innovation hubs, expanded support for child development, educational achievement, and digital literacy. And the final one, Mr. Speaker, local wealth creation to build a new rural economy. The purpose of development is not merely to reduce hardship. It is to create a diverse economy that expands opportunities, builds community capacity, and enables people to prosper where they live. So, in this regard, we propose enterprise zones, value-added agriculture and agro-processing, local wealth creation partnerships, and a rural community development partnership fund that will support communities, community-led solutions, and local innovation. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, throughout this presentation, I have advanced a simple proposition. rural and community development have been abandoned by the government. Yet, communities have not abandoned themselves. They continue to organize, they continue to volunteer, they continue to sacrifice and believe. As we move forward, I intend to engage colleagues on both sides of the House on two actions. The first is to establish a parliamentary rural development caucus dedicated to advancing rural development as a national mission and ensuring that rural voices remain part of the national conversation. And the second is to support a national pact for community empowerment, dedicated to strengthen community leadership, expanding citizen participation, and ensuring that no community is invisible and no citizen is voiceless. Mr. Speaker, I know it's difficult for the other side to get, but community development is ultimately about ensuring that every person has a voice, every community has agency, and every citizen has the opportunity to participate in shaping their future. Madam Speaker, 40 years ago, a teacher looked beyond a test score and saw possibility. She saw potential where the state saw limitation. And because she believed, I stand here before you. That is the mission which we should all dedicate ourselves to nurture the roots and unleash the people. Mr. Speaker, I
Yeah, thank you for bringing back the standard.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Fantastic. Fantastic.
House leader.
Hey, Xavier.
Central man. You see what a good central man do? Yes. That's a good central presentation.
Where's Nesta? When Nesta? Nesta, let me know.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member. Let me thank the member from St. Anne Southeastern for what was a good maiden presentation. And although he went too far with some of his designations, the spirit of the presentation I found to be well-meaning, and I thank him for that. But more than that, I am most happy about his teacher, and we welcome her and we thank her for her intervention. Madam Speaker, I now ask that we suspend the sectoral debates. We will continue our sectoral debates next week, Tuesday, at what time we will hear from the Minister of Tourism and other members. I'll indicate at the end. So we suspend the sectoral debates, and I ask that we recommit all the matters on the agenda.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of announcements.
Those in favor? All the items from announcements. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements. Just announcements, House Leader. Announcements. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 and its resolution, and the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 and its resolution under the Minimum Wage Act. The Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Dr. Andrew Wheatley, Member of Parliament, for the years 2010 to 2022, owns or acquired assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings, made false statements in his statutory declarations, and failed to provide information requested from him by the Director of Information and Complaints, contrary to law and its indicative ruling. Report of the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives on its examination of ministries, departments, agencies during the period September 2025 to February 2026. And finally, the Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts under head 17000, Ministry of Tourism for the year 2018-2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notice of motions given orally.
1 minute, House Leader. The question is that we recommit the items on the agenda, beginning from bills brought from the Senate. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. I have none. Hold on a minute. Chair of the PAC.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the annual report of the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives on its examination of ministries, departments, agencies during the period September 2025 to February 2026.
Notices of motions given orally. Let me first take the chair of the PAC. Go ahead, Member.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the annual report of the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives on its examination of ministries, departments, and agencies during the period September 2025 to February 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 17th day of June 2026, be adopted.
Minister Charles, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 resolution, whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district, in any case where the Minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the Minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable subject to the provisions of that section to occupations generally, and whereas by virtue of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act, the Minister may, by order, vary or cancel a minimum wage, and whereas on the 4th day of June 2026, the Minister made the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026, and whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026 resolution, and 2, the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 17th day of June 2026 as affirmed. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 resolution, whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district, in any case where the Minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the Minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable, subject to the provisions of that section, to occupations generally. And whereas, by virtue of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act, the Minister may, by order, vary or cancel a minimum wage. And whereas, on the 4th day of June 2026, the Minister made the National Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026. And whereas Section 3, subsection 5 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1, this resolution may be cited as the minimum wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026 resolution, and 2, the minimum wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 17th day of June 2026, is affirmed.
The member from Clarendon North. House Leader. House Leader, you may turn on your mic. House Leader, you may turn on your mic.
Madam Speaker, the time being 4:45. I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development with responsibility for works the following questions standing in my name.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of statement by ministers. We will have a statement from the Minister of National Security and Peace.
Question is recommit. No statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to provide some clarity on the memorandum of understanding between the Government of Jamaica and the Government of the United States of America concerning the potential transfer of third country nationals to Jamaica, through Jamaica. Outset, I want to emphasize that this matter must be considered within the context of Jamaica's international obligations, its long tradition of maintaining strong security relations with the United States and shared security challenges, our national security responsibility, and the realities of an evolving global migration environment. This MOU is not an immigration settlement arrangement. It is not a program to permanently resettle individuals in Jamaica. The persons contemplated under the framework are nationals of countries other than Jamaica who would transit through Jamaica under a controlled process while arrangements are made for the onward movement, including return to their countries of origin or another appropriate destination. Madam Speaker, it is also important to address some of the public commentary shown in this matter. Under the signed MOU for the TCN, third country nationals, Jamaica will host only 25 TCNs at any one time with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, support and not 10,000 persons inaccurately reported in the media. Under the signing, the MOU established a framework for cooperation It provides that any proposal for a transfer must be considered by the Jamaican on a case-by-case basis and at Jamaica's discretion. The process is designed to be controlled, phased, and subject to agreed operational procedures. The discussion contemplated a limited operational flow subject to safeguards. A key control mechanism is that the process would pause where the number of individuals remaining in Jamaica exceeds the agreed threshold of 10 individuals, allowing for review and management of capacity. There is no need, Madam Speaker, for excessive focus on the final number, as Jamaica will maintain complete situational awareness in respect of each potential transfer, which will be carefully vetted against the established criteria and must comply with all the requirements agreed before Jamaica agrees to the transfer. Importantly, it is Jamaica's assessment that will guide what is considered appropriate and manageable. Madam Speaker, the government has also been deliberate in ensuring that the MOU contains the necessary legal protections. I can assure the public that every line was carefully considered and negotiated by skilled professionals steeped in foreign and security policy, as well as attorney at law well versed in matters of international and constitutional law in our Attorney General's Department. Admission of foreign nationals to Jamaica continues to be guided by the Aliens Act and the Immigration Restriction Commonwealth Citizens Act. Under review and should be in the House very soon, but it's still valid and has excellent guardrails for acceptance of foreign nationals in Jamaica. This is why, Madam Speaker, no transfer can take place until the operational procedures are finalized to ensure compliance with Jamaica's legal framework. The MOU specifically recognizes that all actions under the framework must be consistent with Jamaica's international obligations, including the Convention relating to the status of refugees, the 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees, and other applicable international obligations. This is further supported by the broader international migration governance framework, including principles advanced by the International Organization of Migration, which promotes migration systems that are orderly, humane, safe, and rights-based. Government has already ensured that the operational safeguards are clear. Importantly, before any transfer occurs, Jamaica and the United States must first agree to the operational procedures governing implementation. Individuals will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Jamaica retains the discretion to accept or reject proposed individuals. All available documentation relating to identity, medical information, and criminal history must be provided, and persons with criminal antecedents will not be accepted under the arrangement. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate that no transfer will commence until the necessary procedures are completed and accepted by both parties, have agreed on the implementation framework. MOU itself provides the implementation is to be consistent with operating procedures mutually agreed in writing before transfer begins. We must also recognize the diplomatic environment within which the decision has been made. The United States remains one of Jamaica's most important bilateral partners, if not the most important. With a significant diaspora population, this population maintains strong family ties and business interests in Jamaica, the ultimate place of home. As a sovereign nation, Jamaica has a responsibility to maintain constructive diplomatic relationships while ensuring that cooperation is consistent with our laws, our values, and our national interests. Our approach has been neither automatic acceptance nor rejection. It has been careful negotiation over time. Jamaica has a long history of engagement on security, migration, and international cooperation matters. We have considered the experiences of other countries, including those within the Caribbean region, that have entered similar arrangements and have ensured that Jamaica's circumstances and safeguards remain central. Madam Speaker, the government has not taken this decision lightly. We have a responsibility to protect Jamaica's security, uphold our international commitments, maintain our diplomatic partnerships, and to ensure that any cooperation undertaken is structured, lawful, and in the best interests of the Jamaican people. That has been the guiding principle throughout the process, and it will continue to guide the implementation of this particular program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
member from St. Catherine South will be responding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statement this afternoon by the Minister is here in wake of a newspaper article yesterday. Neither the opposition nor the public at large in Jamaica had any idea that the government of our country was contemplating committing Jamaica to what is being provided for in this document. That, I must say at the outset, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. This is a proposed action to commit Jamaica to, not commit any individual on the government side, the country of Jamaica. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in bilateral arrangements, it is about pursuing common interests between the bilateral partners. My question then arises, what is Jamaica's interest in this arrangement that is being considered with a disposition to implement? And I think not just the opposition, but the country, Jamaica, should be told, ought to be told, what Jamaica is set to benefit from this arrangement being proposed. Is there a security risk to Jamaica that is being pursued, protection is being pursued here? Is it so or is it not? Not a broad speculation. We would like answer in that regard. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, because this arrangement is seeking to commit the country of Jamaica, it is only proper that the executed MOU that forms the basis of the arrangements be pursued, be brought and tabled in this House. And I'll go further, Madam Speaker. If the government, and I hope they do not, but should the government proceed to enter into an arrangement on the basis of what we see here, that agreement, which is being negotiated, as the Minister indicated, be tabled in this House before its implementation. Not after, and we are left to react to what is already in force. To do otherwise, Madam Speaker, would be blatant contempt to the people of Jamaica and would be unacceptable. Further questions arise from this proposed arrangement. And yes, we are searching in the dark because there's very few details have been made available to us. The Minister said in the statement here, not a 10,000, maximum of 25 persons at any one time. Well, there can be multiples of 25 and go to an infinite sum. What is the maximum duration of their stay in Jamaica? And should those persons not be removed from Jamaica at the expiration at that hopefully agreed maximum period, what is the recourse? Are we stuck with those persons? Will they be re-extracted and sent elsewhere? We don't know. Madam Speaker, as I speak, there's over 1,700 males being detained at the General Penitentiary, our largest penal institution, for detention. Because this is not an hospitality service we are asked to provide here. It's a detention service. Our next facility in Spanish Town hosts over 1,000 inmates for a facility that was built for 750 persons. In the case of General Penitentiary, was built for no more than 850 persons. And it's over 1,700. more than double the capacity. And the conditions that prevail in our penal institutions, we'll all agree is not the best. So we have a long-standing inability, incapability of providing what is deemed acceptable and reasonable condition for the detention of persons in Jamaica. Why are we seeking to compound our problem? The cost of, is it going to be used in existing facilities, or are we going to be having new facilities? Who will bear the cost for creating these new facilities and maintaining these facilities? These are critical questions that go to the heart of everyday Jamaican life, because the resources of this country, as we are now, is way inadequate to deal with the demands. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that the government accede to some of these questions we have raised. I don't raise them here on behalf of the opposition only, but on behalf of the rest of our people who are very concerned about what is contained here.
Thank you. Opposition Leader, you said you had more questions?
That was a statement by the spokesperson. I have some questions, is what I believe I'm allowed to ask. Minister, first of all, has the Memorandum of Understanding been signed by the two state parties? And if so, what is its date? That's the first question. Secondly, if persons are received by Jamaica under this arrangement, will those persons be held in detention, or will they be free to go wherever they want to go in Jamaica? Thirdly, if they are to be held under some form of restriction or detention, what would be the legal basis for imposing any restriction or detention on them, given that they have come here not having committed any offense under our laws? Also, fourthly, there's a discrepancy in your statement, because it says that under the signed NOU, Jamaica will host only 25 third country nationals at any time. But it goes on to say there's a controlling mechanism, which you say is important, which says that there's no obligation to take any more once you have 10 here. How do you reconcile those two? I'm sure you have an answer, but I'd like to hear what the answer is. And fifthly, Minister, I would like to specifically ask, what is the motivation for Jamaica entering into this Memorandum of Understanding? There is no discernible benefit to Jamaica from taking third country nationals. Is it that there are benefits which have not been disclosed? After all, we only heard about this because of a leak to a newspaper resulting in the publication of a scoop yesterday, which is why you're here giving this statement today. Were that not, had not that happened, we wouldn't know. We'd all be in the dark. So I'd like to know, what is the motivation of the government in signing this MOU? If there's a benefit to Jamaica or there are benefits, what are those benefits? If on the other hand, there was other forms of inducement, negative or positive, to enter into it, what were those? The country has a right to know. This matter is of great concern to Jamaicans. We have never had a situation in the past where we have taken third country nationals pursuant to a bilateral arrangement. And the last point I wanted to raise, Minister, which I think is number 6, is whether you are aware that a federal court in the United States has ruled that the third country removal policy is unlawful, and that matter, the US government is appealing to the US Supreme Court. So the legal status of this arrangement under US law is very unsettled. The only existing ruling that I'm aware of is one where a federal judge in the District of Massachusetts had said, out of a class action lawsuit brought by 8 migrants, had ruled that this arrangement is unlawful under the laws of the United States. And that is, as I understand, being appealed to the US Supreme Court. So are you aware of that, Minister, in entering into this arrangement at this time? Should this not at least to await legal clarity in the United States as to whether such an arrangement is proper under their law?
Opposition leader, you have gotten a lot of leniency.
Yes, I have. And I have one more question, Madam Speaker. And the last question I have is, when can we expect the tabling of the MOU in this Parliament so that the people of Jamaica can have access to see what it is that the government has signed them onto in circumstances where we wouldn't know if it wasn't for a newspaper? Thank
you, Madam Speaker. First,
hold on a minute, Minister. There is one additional person who would like to ask a question. Is that so? Pardon me? So it's yourself? Yes. And the latitude provided to the opposition leader will not be provided to you, other members. I'm asking you, stick to the question. So hold on, member. So it will, Member Campbell, I heard you very clearly. So, member of opposition did not quite ask questions. In his questions, he gave a lot of preamble and post-dance, but he got the latitude to do so in deference to him as leader of the opposition. So the first person will be St. Catherine Northwest, and then after that will be Westmoreland Eastern, and finally it will be the member from St. Anne Southeastern, after which the Minister of National Security will respond. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You turned off your mic, member from St. Catherine Northwest, which is why you are at the back of the queue. But you go ahead first.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Making reference to the report, it indicated that the agreed threshold of 10 individuals allowing for review of management is the maximum to remain in Jamaica. The question is, how long could that 10 remain in Jamaica at maximum?
First thing, let me reiterate. You are not permitted to ask questions asked already. That question was previously asked in terms of the length of time.
That's not so.
You need to listen when the members ask questions. Your member, yes, he asked about the length of time. And he's a spokesperson.
Chairman,
so I'm asking you to listen to each other. So, yes, so remember, you're not allowed to reiterate questions or statements made by other members. The limit was, the limit and the duration was in the previous question.
Okay.
Thank you, member.
All right. Also, as it relates to the concern about not in my backyard, is there an indication of where these people will be held?
That question was also asked by the leader of the... That is two strikes, member.
Yeah, well, there's no standing order on strikes. So
no, there is. Would you like me to read the standing order for your member? Would you like me to read the standing order for you?
No, I don't.
Please do not allow us to go there. So
don't worry. Madam Speaker, third question. Yeah, all the time. Tell lie for me all the time. The number indicated at 25, is that a hard for the MOU or is that a for now number? Yes, well, answer that one as well. So, yeah, Madam Speaker, is that a hard number for the duration of the MOU or is that a for now, for today number?
So member, I'm using you for the teaching this week.
Yes.
You are not to ask the same question twice.
No.
Our hearing is excellent.
I was being
unless
disturbed by
unless the
goat man
minister
over there.
asked, I heard your question clearly and you weren't interrupted because it was a new question.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Final question. If there is information that creates security concerns for Jamaica, is there a return clause for these individuals if they are present? You don't listen to nobody. You sit down and answer.
Thank you. Thank you, member. Thank you. Member from Westmoreland. Member from Westmoreland. Member from Westmoreland Eastern, your turn if you have your questions.
Here I see you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise with my standing orders. And I rise with my standing orders looking at Standing Order 11A, statement by ministers, and there are 3 subsections under it.
This part of the question and answer session is not restanding orders, and if you would like to continue, I will now move to the next member who is required to ask questions.
No.
Member from St. Anne Eastern, go ahead with your questions. Member from St. Anne Eastern. Member from St. Anne Eastern. Member from St. Anne Eastern, you're being allowed to ask your questions.
Order, what is it governed by? No, if the question is not governed by the standing order, what is it governed by? What governs the question?
John. Members, you are required to go straight to your question. No, he doesn't need to read it for me, or for the House, or anyone else.
House leader. Just listen. Members. Member Campbell, and all the other members. The Speaker has simply said, when you rise, go into your questions. You don't know, there is no latitude to speak about standing orders. Members, we are in the section for questions and answers. Can the members just listen? We're in this section, Speaker. We're in the section of questions and answers to questions. The statement has already been given. The member has responded on behalf of the opposition, and we're now in questions. When the members rise, please ask your questions. You will be allowed to ask your questions. Your questions must be in accordance with 16.2. Just ask the questions, please.
Member from Westmoreland, Eastern. The House Leader has already given you some guidance. I have the standing orders right in front of me because, as Speaker, I am required to execute the management of this Honorable House in keeping with the standing orders. You do not need to read the standing orders because it is not included in questions and answers to questions. At this stage, you are only allowed to ask questions of the minister who gave the statement in respect of the statement actually given, and there was no statement given on standing orders. No, you do not need to read Standing Order 11 or subsection that is quoted at 17 subsection 2 because I have the standing orders here. No, Member Campbell, if you believe that you manage the House and you do not follow the instructions given, I will move to the next member. Member, this is it. This is it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your
I have
question,
a
member?
series of questions. Yes. My first question is that in the information that was reported in the media, it said that...
You're not allowed in the standing orders to speak of information reported in the media. You are required to ask the minister questions from the statement he gave.
Minister, did a member of the government approach the United States of America to enter into this agreement? Was it initiated by a member of the government? That's question number one. Question number two, on what basis is the government of Jamaica willing to send back Cuban doctors but admit...
Member, your mic is off. So this statement was not in respect of anything other than the statement made by the Minister of National Security. Member, no, so incorporated in your question, member, should not be anything other than the statement by Minister given.
The question I'm asking, Madam Speaker, the government has taken a decision to enter into a relationship with the United States to accept third country nationals who are being deported from the States. And I'm asking, what is the guiding philosophy of the government of the country that I was born and raised and live in that would allow us to accept persons from third countries who are being deported when we are turning back?
All right, so you refuse to listen to the ruling of the Speaker. It is obvious you do not appreciate that. You are not allowed by the very same standing orders that you would like to guide me on to ask a minister questions that are not in his portfolio. No. Member. Mm-hmm. and Member Campbell, member from Westmoreland Eastern, you were reading Standing Order 11. If you would like some time, I will direct you to Standing Order 16 on contents of question 16A. Please read it.
I will move on. Minister, is there an exit clause to the agreement?
That question was asked already, so you weren't listening. That question was asked 2 times already. Next question.
Is there any penalty if Jamaica exits the agreement? Is there a supporting framework for the agreement? Will the full MOU with the operating protocols be...
That question was asked already.
With the operating protocols... Madam Speaker, you laugh when they are disrupting the House. You need to call the House to order. You are laughing. You need to call the House to order. That's what you should be doing, is calling the House to order. Let me ask my question then in here, you will see. What happens, Minister, what happens if Jamaica rejects a set of transfers? What happens if Jamaica rejects a set of transfers? Can the U.S. override or challenge Jamaica's refusal to accept a set of transfers? Under what provision of Jamaican law will these persons be admitted? And the next question, has the government obtained any advice on the Constitution as to whether or not these individuals will be afforded any rights for the time that they are in Jamaica?
Does that constitute all your questions?
My
Go
final
ahead.
question, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
My final question, Madam Speaker. My final question, Madam Speaker, is on what basis did we think it prudent to accept detainees from a third country when we refused to accept?
You, Member Campbell, think it is appropriate to disregard the instructions you have been given? The question was properly asked by the Leader of Opposition, so I'm sure the Minister will disregard your last question, as Will Hansard. Please allow the member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, what is the housing arrangement for the persons transiting? Right, but nuanced. Fitz spoke about the prisons.
No, let's not go into nuances.
So that is one. The second, I have another question.
So please ask questions that were not asked before.
No, I want to follow up on it. And oftentimes, as the standing order provides, we're not given the opportunity to follow up on the questions. So the Minister, is there any private involvement in the arrangement? Meaning, will any element of the housing or the accommodation, the local logistics be private as a part of the MOU? And the final question, 4 paragraphs from the end, Minister, looks almost like we were coerced into an agreement. And so I just need clarity on it. It says the U.S. remains one of our, it speaks about our diaspora population and the fact that they maintain relationships back home, etc. So I want to know whether that was a part of the forced consideration or whether there was any force in terms of the consideration.
Even though we had cut off No, I had actually closed before for Minister to respond. Yes, it can. The questions at the time, I checked on everyone, and I closed and went to Minister. No. Minister.
Minister. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just two questions to the Minister.
Member from St. Andrew West, you turned on your mic. However, I had closed with the Minister to respond. You're the last person. Two questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Thank you,
Go
Madam.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees and its protocols are referenced in this document. Is Jamaica, apart from being a party, do we have legislation in Jamaica to guide the implementation of this protocol? And if the answer is yes, then on what basis would we discriminate against persons from Haiti applying for refugee status?
Minister. 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 Minister, please respond to the question.
I have some.
Minister, please answer the questions.
Relax, man.
Minister, please answer the questions asked.
Cut off speaking, but she didn't say that to us before.
Minister, please turn on your mic, Minister. Any other mic, if you turn it on, it will be turned off again.
I have questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica. I would like an...
Minister, your mic.
Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead with your responses.
Madam Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead with your responses. You take instructions from the Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
go ahead,
can I be
Minister.
protected? Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Speaker has given me the floor. The individuals are not detainees, Madam. Madam Speaker, may I indicate she is the chairman of this. She on the order.
Members, kindly take your seat and allow the Minister to answer the questions asked of him. You don't need to get up on any point of order. You have no need to get up on any point of order. So you are directed to answer the questions asked so far.
No. Aspects of the immigration part, the street, the collection of the street, they heard it. No, not the problem. The people take out the street, they have been sent to us. Madam Speaker.
I'm being denied an
Madam
opportunity
Speaker.
to ask questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica.
Madam Speaker.
About this program.
On behalf of the opposition to the leader of opposition business.
No, but you're all standing. Anyway, Madam Speaker, may I proceed?
Could you turn off the mics, everybody?
No, I didn't. Madam Speaker.
Member Michael, is that your mic or somebody beside you? Turn it off, please.
Madam Speaker. No, I did not hear. The lead had taken instruction on the speaker. Eh? No. The point of order. Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, please turn your mic off. Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a matter of grave national importance. And I know that you would like for the people of Jamaica to get the answers that they deserve.
What
There
is the House
absolutely
rule
nothing
that you're speaking
in the
to?
standing orders which would prevent our members from asking the relevant questions on this matter. In addition, I would like to know, because perhaps you're planning to take the questions in batches. Perhaps it is that you're going to allow the minister to answer the questions already asked, and then you plan to reopen questions for additional answers. Is that the case, Madam Speaker? If so, we'll await his response and then allow for others to ask questions.
It is a wonder that wasn't contemplated by the members who rudely stood up and decided to protest. House Leader. House Leader. House Leader.
No, so members. But that's, she answered. There is no need to pull any answer. The Speaker asked for the persons who wanted to ask questions, and persons, allow me, no need. Sorry. Speaker, again, what would have happened is that you would have asked for persons who wanted to ask questions, they would have indicated, you would have given the persons who were going to ask, and then you would have called upon
You are a bully, and we are not afraid of bullies.
Yes. So.
You are a bully, and we are not afraid of bullies.
Yeah. So, Madam. Madam,
You are a bully.
Madam,
You are a bully. You are a bully. You
Ma
are a bully and you will not bully us. You are a bully. You are a bully.
Madam Speaker.
You are a bully.
Yeah.
Please
So,
allow the
Madam
House
Speaker,
Leader to speak. Please allow the House Leader to speak. And Member Nikisha Burchell. Member Nikisha Burchell. Marshall, once again, Member Burchell, in contravention to the standing orders, is using an electronic device and taping in the House. So, Member Burchell, the moment you, go ahead, Deputy.
Give me a minute, please. Madam Speaker, on a point of order. There is an attempt, Madam Speaker, I note that there is an attempt on a point of order. There is an attempt. A member across the floor has consistently been using her phone to record members in the House, which is a breach of the standing orders. Madam Speaker, I am asking that you name the member if the member continues to do that.
The person who is in the gallery, that phone light, again, no one, including members in the gallery, are allowed to videotape or take pictures in the sitting. So the person in the gallery doing exactly what Member Burchell was doing, you're asked to stop. I am going to suspend the sitting for 5 minutes. Members, sitting is suspended. We return at 5:43.
Whenever you hear the following tone, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, will be giving information on an emergency situation affecting the island. Please be on the alert and listen to your radio and television for further information. This was a test of the emergency alert system, brought to you by ODPEM.
Hi, I'm Donna Unis-Blake, Program Director for the Nature Conservancy in Jamaica. Did you know that 2023 was the hottest year ever in the history of recorded temperatures in Jamaica? And nowhere has the heat been more scorching than in our capital city, Kingston. All happening in the midst of a construction boom and urban heat island effects that is challenging traditional construction practices and prompting us to find more novel ways to build to beat the heat. We can learn from city-states like Singapore, which is integrating nature-based solutions in their urban designs, manifesting as eye-catching green roofs, vertical gardens and green walls. Plants provide shade, reduce heat absorption by buildings, and release water vapor to provide a cooling effect and result in savings on air conditioning and other energy costs. Have you considered how nature-based solutions can make that distinctive difference to your next development? Learn more by visiting the United Nations Environment Programme project website, cityadapt.com, or simply scan this QR code right here. As Jamaica adapts to climate change, you can build better to beat the heat.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the SPARK program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. $20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with $150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your safety and security continue to be our priority. We are seeing a downward trend in major crimes, and we are investing $650 million in technology improvement for our police force to provide greater coverage across Jamaica by 2028.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
Hi, I'm Holness Blake, Program Director for the Nature Conservancy in Jamaica. Like me, you will remember the rains of November 2023, which came just outside of the May and September to October peak rainfall period. There was significant dislocation and distress across Kingston, flooded out residential dwellings, badly damaged roadways, and washed out basements amid general alarm across the city. Researchers at the University of the West Indies have cited high-intensity rainfall events as a major hydrometeorological hazard affecting Jamaica, noting that Kingston is highly susceptible to urban flooding, primarily in the downstream sections of the Hope River watershed and the Ligony Plains. Notwithstanding Jamaica's enviable building codes, is there room for improvement in our construction methods? And specifically, in Kingston, could the application of nature-based solutions in urban construction projects make a difference in the face of more adverse flooding events? Consider, for example, how building porous parking lots and permeable pathways in your next project would allow for greater percolation and absorption, and therefore less runoff from the property to the roadway and into the stormwater drainage system. This nature-based solution, if employed widely in our construction industry, may one day solve the flooding of Kingston spaces and roadways. Learn more by visiting the United Nations Environment Programme project website, cityadapt.com, or simply scan this QR code right here.
Yo, this is we're committed to reducing the impact of disasters occurring in Jamaica. We're ever ready to assist you before, during, and after.
What's the state of education in the digital age? Find the answers in the new season of Piccadilly Talks, Wednesdays at 6:30 p.m. right here on PBCJ.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow
starting today.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public while on the road to republic. Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to republic. We and the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. You remember the youth, them are we future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow. United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption.
A message from the Integrity Commission.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program, specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Come, I can ask you something. You ever hear about a convention? Well, that is when people from all over the world come together and agree on some rules, like the Convention on the Right of the Child, which is an agreement or a promise to protect the rights of all children. Now, UNICEF wants every Jamaican child to know their rights, and we're going to hear about them from children like you, so all of you can get to understand it better.
Hello, I'm Kenneth. I'm Azana. And I'm Gabriel. Today we are going to drop some knowledge about the rights of every picnic.
It named the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Every child under 18 deserves them rights.
No matter where you live, what you look like, or how you talk.
Whether you're a boy or girl, no care if you're rich or poor, it no matter who you be, you have rights.
From the day we born, when life matters, we deserve love, care, and a chance to grow. Your name, your family, where you come from, that's our identity. Nobody can take that from we.
You have the right to go to school, learn, and become anything you want to be.
Why are you troubling him? I will not forget beat up or rough up. Every child must get looked after and feel safe.
True. No child for being on a violence or gang thing. We must live in peace and harmony.
When we're sick, we should get proper treatment so we can be healthy, whether it's from the clinic or the hospital.
And when we feel better, people need time for play and celebrate with culture. Remember, so we need time for rest too.
You know, so sometimes we have things from the mind we really want to talk about. Your voice is important. Make sure you talk up. Your opinion matter.
A true yatta. And every child have the right to live with them parents and grow good with them family.
And disability no mean you any less. You deserve love and support, just like everybody else. We need information that's safe, helpful, and true, so we can grow and learn.
We're not supposed to hustle. No child for work like say we are big smart.
Your rights help you to become the best that you can be.
You see it? Pitney rights are human right.
That me I say too. And if anybody try this you, talk to an adult where you can trust.
Feel with rights, feel with voice, feel with future.
So now you know your rights important and you must never forget them. And we adults must always remember the promise to protect, care for, and respect every child so they can grow up safe, strong, and free.
If you feel your rights have been violated, call the hotline at 211 to report it and get help.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one. Republic, we on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation, moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public, while on the road to republic. Let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one. Republic, we on the road to republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to republic.
Leader of opposition business a while ago.
Madam Speaker, I had risen just to make the point that we were not at the end and that you had indicated when you spoke that you had taken note of all the persons who had indicated that they wanted to ask a question, and you had made a note of that, and that you had said clearly that after those questions had been asked, then the minister would proceed to answer. Clearly, if there are questions that arise after that, it would have to go through the same procedure. And one would expect that if the members on the other side have a challenge where they think that their question has not caught the eye of the speaker, the appropriate procedure is to speak to the leader of opposition business so that that matter can be brought to the speaker's attention. There is absolutely no need, and it should not be countenanced, that members rise or members attempt to stop the proceedings of the House in these circumstances. So, Madam Speaker, as we were proceeding before, I think we were at the point where the Minister of National Security was about to respond, and then we will continue the business. And we have no difficulty with
Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just seek to answer all the questions. I think a number of them overlap. I give an answer, but Madam Speaker, without being roving, we had to take a break under very unfortunate circumstances, I think, for the House. And, I was born in the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland. I had my colleague on the side from no representative, I should say. It's good to remember that you represent a seat that was represented by one of the most distinguished parliamentarians that sit in the House. No, I'm not saying that. That's all I'm saying. My comment, I think I'm entitled to. I'm not commenting on that. I just say that a seat by a distinguished parliamentarian, PJ Patterson, former Prime Minister. And we'll move on. You think you do that? No, I'm not seeking upset anyone. Individuals in the States are not detainees. Let me indicate to all. They are not detainees, so there is no need to, they're not be putting in any of the existing correctional center or otherwise space. Accommodation will be found, and that's part of what has been worked out in the operationalization of the MOU. But they are not detainees, and they'll be free to move around. They'll be landed by the minister's permission, as the Minister of National Security responsible for immigration. They'll be here for a short time only, and during the time they are here, they will be funded by the government of the United States through the International Organization for Migration. MO itself is indicative of Jamaica's own, not only willingness to cooperate with the United States, but establish that we are long-standing partners and allies and friends in many years. Security partner relationship, details that would be mechanism of the and details of the operation mechanism will be released to the public. The issue of the TCN will request from the United States government. It's not an issue where we ask for one thing and offer another. We have a long-standing relationship since independence, 1962, and they are primary partners in the area of security indicated, economic activities, and many years of relationship. And there are many agreements and MOUs that have gone on with them as partners, and they are not discussed on a quid pro quo basis. In this case, the United States requested, and our professionals, after the government decided, negotiated and agreed on understanding which we are comfortable with. In terms of the individuals here, the government will ensure that these are shared. Jamaica is a country of laws, and the suggestion that the government will act outside of the law is obviously false. We have never acted outside the law, and we will continue to work with them. And when the individuals are here, they'll be subject to the laws, international agreements to which we are treated to, our signatures to. We expect they stay for a short time, but if one stay and apply under without obligation, the convention alluded to by the member, then it will go to the courts. And the various stages from the refugee committee, which we have established on through the system. We don't discriminate against Haitians at all. There are several who have applied for refugee status, and we look after and treat them as required under the law. There are several who have applied, that's what I'm saying. There are several who have applied for asylum, others we have returned, like we return an illegal migrant. Those who are here now are going through a process. Some have also gone to a courts and returned them afterwards. Others have pursued the discussion to another level, and they're now at the International Court, OAS, and other other tribunals that they can go to. The question of refugee policy, I said we have no legislation, we have a policy, and it's open to the public, and anyone can read it, and we apply and, as required. The TCN is signed. It was signed on Thursday of last week. The terms of operation said to operate are not yet complete. They are still in discussion by the professionals, and that's when we thought it would be appropriate to make a formal release of our understanding and agreement that we release the operation. It was all right, we discussed it, but more critically, the leader of the member from South St. Andrews, an experienced government member, know that in bilateral agreements are made and they are discussed and executed by cabinet from time to time, especially with a long-standing relation like this. Let's say there was the shipwright agreement. It never came to Parliament, and that involved detaining people and locking them up and giving permission and yielding jurisdiction over Jamaican property. And it was not seen as illegal or in any way. We never treated as adverse activity by the government. So in long-standing bilateral relationship with strategic partners, we discussed these things. In this case, raised by the Americans, we discussed it. The technical team organized and negotiated. We consider a good agreement, and the objective is to allow a number of the third country nationals to pass through Jamaica. The number is clear. There are 25 on each shipment. Currently, we take migrants, our own migrants, at a rate of about 100 per month. It varies from 40 to 50, 60 per shipment. That was negotiated between the governments. They have about 3,000 of Jamaicans to return. They could have flooded them with us. By agreement and understanding between two partners, we agreed that they would send them in 2 shipments per month to us. And we get 2 flights a month. Similarly with this, third country nationals, we have negotiated a situation where we take 25 on each flight. But if they find a way to stay, we have to treat them under international law. And while they are here, under those conditions, no additional will be taken in. The 10 is a trigger point, that if 10 stay back, we stop the acceptance and review the management of the program. That's what the 10 means. So 25 come on Monday, and we expect within a fortnight they would all go. The rate currently is about 94% from the other countries that they have been to. If, however, 10 of them choose to stay, we have the right to stop the shipment or the flight coming in. The MOU is very clear. Either side can stop at any time without notice. And we have a right to information to reject anyone that is on the flight by examination of the data for them. So we don't accept criminals or anybody with serious adverse trace at all. And we do criminal review, health review, as we do for all illegal migrants. But they will be free to move around, I said, in conjunction with the international laws. We cannot detain them. The IOM will be managing them with us, and they will, when their flights are on, we cannot have a fixed date because they will be coming from different countries. Jamaica is a good transition point. They have flights to Panama a couple of days a week. They have flights to London. They have flights to Europe. And they have flights to several countries that leave at different times of the week. And depending on where they're going, they're assigned to different flights. So there can be no fixed time on that. Let me see if there's, you have, those I think cover most of the questions because they're repetitive. Just for the matter of interest, we are not rejecting Cubans. In fact, we have made it, the status of the Cuban health workers in Jamaica is very clear. I've given them permanent resident status, and they can work, they do not need work permits. And any one of them coming. Yeah, there are some of us, no, anyone who is coming back will be brought on the same status. There is no challenge in retaining them, there is no ejection of Cubans. They were here on contracts, and as a result of that, when the contracts, they had to, the events that occurred and they had to look at returning to home country, some have applied to stay. The previous arrangement was government-to-government arrangement, and they're on contracts, which expired or was terminated. All who have opted to stay are here on a legal grounds. They are permanent residents. They can work without a work permit. And no one has been rejected. And those who have applied to come back, if they come back, they'll be well received. They may have a challenge coming to the country, but that's not my challenge. And there are some they may have a chance getting out of Cuba, but that's, I said, a different issue. But they are welcome, and they'll be welcome on a firm legal basis, and will be free to work in whatever job they were in before. Right. There's no disputes there. We do not discriminate against Haitians, as I said, and number of them applied for asylum, and they're going through the process. Others have been to our courts, they fail, and we send them home. Others we intercept at sea, they go home, as we treat all illegal migrants. And those who are here and have taken it to another level, my office, working with the AG department, continue to take court cases. The agreement, yeah, it's a government-to-government arrangement. There is no private government-to-government understanding. There is no private involvement. The funding to host them may have to be, we might have to lease a private place. That's different. But it's not, there is no arrangement for any private sector group to be involved in this. The only third party involved is the International Organization for Migration, United Nations. The right to terminate reside in both parties, which I said we can do, but obviously, coming from the US, we are the one who may have to seek opportunity if it arises. But I said we are long-standing allies, and we work together, and we treat the issues as they arise. I conclude, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica has a team of professionals in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the Ministry of National Security who fully understand immigration issues from various angles, and have not only done a good job in negotiating, they spent time, they didn't sit down and say, yes, we accept. It has been going on. They have another 8 countries who have concluded the arrangement with before we got an agreement. And they're still negotiating with some. I said they are, to me, a team of high-quality professionals who have an understanding of international relations, bilateral relationship, and have negotiated this agreement, and will continue to manage and operationalize the understanding between the United States government and the Jamaican government. I think I've covered most. If I have missed any, No,
members.
which remind me of them. There's a whole series I'm trying to get to.
I could assist.
Oh, you're not finished?
Yeah, I'm finished
not
with it. He's
finished,
saying I
Minister?
did not answer one of the questions.
Yes, I could assist by
Yeah,
indicating
go ahead.
One of the questions, thank you. One of the questions that I asked these are the questions that I asked that weren't answered. What happens if any of those you indicate up to 10 don't leave? If they don't leave after the 2 weeks you mentioned off, what happens? Is the United States obliged to retrieve those persons who would be here beyond the 14 days? That's one.
No. They would be like other...
Minister,
Sorry.
are you finished, member?
No.
Because I think he had some more.
You have some more to
Just,
remind
yes.
So that is one that is not clear. The other question I'd ask is the MOU, which I gather from the answer I gave, was signed some time ago, last Thursday.
Yeah.
Will you table it in the House? That was the next question. The other question I've asked is the finalized agreement, the details, the working protocols, whatever you choose to call it, that would be arrived at upon finalization of those sets of provisions. We are asking to indicate, will you table those in the House before the agreement becomes operational?
No.
And next, you indicated in your answer, Minister, that the persons are not detainees.
That's correct.
That means what I'm understanding is that they come off the plane, they can roam around all over the country because they are not detained. Are they free to move around in Jamaica at will?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes.
The international organ of migration will deal with them, but they can move around.
Minister, just allow the member from St. Catherine's South to finish and then respond. Just allow the member from St. Catherine's South to finish. The minister would follow up on his questions first, and then if there are any other questions he had not responded to, because the minister was not finished.
Okay, on the last question that I raised, Minister, about the detainees being free, well, not detainees, you said, they are what, invitees? Guests? Those persons who, however you choose to describe them as not detainees, during their period here, for that 2 weeks you made mention of, or any other period thereafter, what the arrangement is, if yet agreed to, in terms of the provision for their sustenance, food, clothing, medical services, etc. All those are going to be dealt with. What are the operational protocols for those?
They're free to move around. They're here in a transitional mode, like in transit back to their home state, and we expect them to be out. While they are here, they are, as I said, they are in transit. They are free to move around. They'll be under some support from the International Organization for Immigration, but it's not a detention in any way. That is very clear. If they choose to stay longer and stay in Jamaica, they then be subject to the international regulations we're signature to. And they will apply for refugee status, and the court will decide if they can stay or not to stay at that point. The rate of returning to home country at this point in time is about, up to now, is over 90%. The fact is, well, I don't want to get to detail. They are looking to go to the United States, and like Jamaicans, when they come home, within weeks they go back to the United States. The object is there. Our per capita income is $7,000 per capita. Most of these people are coming from, they want to go to the US with a country with $80,000 per capita income. That's the reality you're dealing with. Secondly, during the time they are here, the funding from the US government cover their stay. That's where we are. The first question In terms of the MOU, no, it was not intended to table the MOU. That's not normally done with MOU, with agreements in government, but we would table the terms of the agree to the operational procedures will be made public and be tabled in the House. And we expect that to be concluded very shortly, which will give a time frame and establish where they will stay, etc., as terms of polling base. And the polling base is where they will be resident for some time, and it will be rotational. But the MOU itself is not a secret document, and I guess if we ask, we'll release the contents, but we don't normally table those agreements in the House. And there's no reason to treat this one different. But the operational procedures will be made public and can be tabled in the House. Well, the operational procedure is what will make it come into operation. No, the agreement, there's no intention to table it, but it's not a secret document. The information you ask, we will give it. No, it is not the practice to table these agreements.
I know this is not the practice,
and there is no
but it's
intention
not
to do
prohibited.
so.
No, my question
Member from Minister, member from St. Catherine South. His question was, will the final agreement be tabled before it becomes operationalized? That was the question.
No, not likely. We will publish the procedures for operationalizing it, and that will operationalize the agreement.
So the answer is no.
No.
I'm turning on your mic to repeat that question because it wasn't included in the list that you gave a while ago as excluded. No, I actually wrote down every single thing you said. So in the first set of questions, he forgot that he had not heard the response to this question. So, member, I'm asking you to repeat that for Minister.
At the very beginning, when I made the statement,
yes.
I asked the question, what informs entering into this bilateral agreement? What are the particular benefits to Jamaicans and the Jamaican society that inform entering into the discussions and to go into executing an MOU and to go into determining an operational arrangement? That was the specific question I asked at the very beginning.
Thank you, Member. Minister, you may now proceed to respond. Member from St. Catherine Northwest, kindly turn your mic off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member, the bilateral agreements between partners don't operate like that. This is a request of the United States government. The TCN request came from the US government. We looked at it, discussed it, and agreed to pursue a discussion to come to an agreement. And those discussions were carried out by professionals. We had no fundamental objection. We had to look at logistics, the number of people we can manage. As I said, we are currently managing our own IRMs, which takes the same team of people in the ministry. We are managing, that is what we call involuntary return migrants, which are Jamaican deportees coming home. We are handling a number of Haitians. We have just dealt with a number of Cubans who have stayed in the country. And because of our location, those numbers could expand in a direction. We had to get those considered, and the professionals who have to deal with the issue of migration and handling operation on the scene, who have to work with IOM where necessary, as in this case, had to consider and conducted negotiations and agreed to the numbers we give you. No bilateral agreement. You have been in government a long time, so you will be aware of that. Agreements are not discussed in that manner with people you work with on a regular basis. The Americans have been our partners from independence. We have many agreements with them. We have extensive trade agreements with them. We have extensive security agreements with them. So it's not a question of quid pro quo. They made a request of an ally, and we discussed it and agreed to the memorandum of understanding.
After you're finished with Member Jackson, Minister, you should continue to respond to the remaining questions that you had said you were going to continue with.
That response to Madam Speaker, I can recall now is that there was no pressure, undue pressure put on the government to respond. There was no coercion instituted. I said we have ongoing discussion in the United States of America. They are, beside economic activity, they are the primary security partner we have. In fact, we have extensive law enforcement activities, which is dealing with transnational criminals in Jamaica, and there's always personnel here from the U.S. government, which you are aware of, from all the departments in Department of not only dealing with drugs, but in recent time we have had to pay significant attention to trading in arms, and of course trading in the advance fee fraud, and the postal services, the DEA, and all the others are here. All the law enforcement agencies are in Jamaica under established legal agreements to work with us to manage transnational crime. It's our biggest problem at this point in time, and we have had successful arrangement, one in which has no breach of either our legislation or sovereignty in dealing with them.
Member from St. Catherine, Northwest, you had questions that you did not hear responded to?
Madam Speaker, I asked two questions that I didn't hear an answer to. The first was if the numbers given, the 25 and the 10, were for the lifespan of the MOU, or they were movable numbers. That wasn't responded to. And if for any reason we find that there is reason for concern if there was a return clause, that wasn't answered.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Made adequate comment, Member, but as I said, it is part of the understanding, the agreement. It will not move. 25 is the number that comes on each occasion. What will change, and the 10 is the number we use, that trigger point to pause and review. That's what it means. So while 10 is staying here, no more will come until we settle how we move from there. That's what it means. It's a cutoff. That's the trigger. If 10 of the 25 stay, you pause their movement and begin to discuss how we move from there.
Is that for the entirety of the...
That's the agreement. Yeah. So yes, that's the entire, that's what it is. Yes. No, it cannot change. We haven't changed. No, there's no return clause, because if they stay longer in the country, it means they'll be applying for refugee status, and we'll have to allow the law to proceed. They are subject to laws. At that point, it depends on the activity that they are alluded to. If it's an international terrorist, we send them on to the country that is affected primarily. If they break the law here, we lock them up and charge them. No, you would not return to the United States. No, unless what the adverse rates you find relates to it. No, if they're found to be in criminal activity that is against the U.S. government, the U.S. government will seek to take them.
Member from St. Catherine, Northwest, you're not asking those questions on the mic, and so I'm not sure anybody knows what the minister is responding to. So, Minister, could you please summarize the follow-up questions being asked for the benefit of the public so they know what you are responding to?
I was asking if we have indicated in my presentation, my answers before, that we will take 25 third country nationals on a fortnightly basis into Jamaica and transitioning them back to their home country. There's indicate 10 of the members, the incoming passengers stay, then we pause the movement of all TCNs into the country and review what is happening and decide how to move from there. That's the only opening for renegotiation or changes in the matter. It also means that those who stay may take the opportunity to apply for refugee status. And at that point, they become our responsibility. Yeah, but among the discussion by our technical team is how much we could manage at any one time, which is why the number 25 was arrived at and 10 of the trigger point. If we get to more than that, it occupies the time of the professionals in both the Ministry of National Security and the Attorney General Department in extensive time. So the numbers were designed that we can manage that, which is why it's a trigger point. There's not a return clause, obviously, but if they are found to be involved in criminal activity or terrorist activity that affects a particular country, then it will be the right to be deported to those countries. The response will deport them to the country.
Member from St. Andrew Western, did you have questions not responded to, or do you have questions for clarification?
Yeah, question for clarification, Madam Speaker, on a very important matter. I have in regard to something I asked before, and the Minister responded. There's a follow-up. So, Minister, I've heard your response about the non-tabling of the Memorandum of Understanding, but you did admit that the refugee status, the convention, that there is no legislation on the convention, but there's a policy and a practice. The question I want to ask, Minister, is, firstly, this is a special arrangement. This is a specially negotiated arrangement. It is not, it is outside of the policy and the legislative prescription in the immigration laws, a special arrangement. Are you then going to bring to the Parliament on some basis an update, a report as to A, the number involved? The assumption is that you will be able to move them on, transit them out of Jamaica on some kind of regular basis. But you admit that they can apply for asylum status and all of that. And you have a pause clause in there, but the question is, will you be able to come into the Parliament to give some update from time to time as to the status of these individuals?
Well, we can give updates.
Hold on, Minister. You have to wait until you turn on your mic to start speaking. Thanks. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you. By the way, I should have added that, of course, like all, once they stay, they become an illegal immigrant, although they are here under special conditions, and they are foreigners, and they apply for registration. But the right of the minister to deport them is still there. I can deport them if I feel it is necessary. Of course, they can go to court again and challenge that, but I still enjoy the power to deport them. But again, if it's 10 people dealing it, we wait until all those 10 are settled before we continue the arrangement. In terms of reports, yes, we'll make periodic reports. We don't do reports on our own IRMs or others, but for this case, that is a public interest, we will make you know what's happening. So if we pause, we'll let you know, and we have 10 or 12 or 5 or 6 to deal with. Because those are the numbers we'll be dealing with.
I now ask, Madam Speaker, for the recommittal of...
So, I'm going there. House Leader, I'm going to take the time to deal with the issue. Minister, could you turn your mic off, please? I have actually consulted Hansard to ensure that the ruling I made in respect of asking all members in the House if they had any more questions, calling by list the names of the constituencies for the members who put up their hands for questions or had their mics on at the time, and then indicating that the minister would answer all those questions stand. There is no challenge in giving leeway to members who subsequently to that ruling and statement deciding that, you know, I didn't realize I had a question and I'd like to ask one. The appropriate thing to do is to be respectful and follow the House rules and ask the Leader of Opposition Business to put forward the fact that there are some additional questions. The approach of standing up and attempting to bully the Speaker is not one that will be met with positive results for you. and particularly going live in the Parliament is utterly a disrespect for this very House and its rules. I won't even name the member who went live. I know the member has been spoken to before. The member has been spoken to again. The member, if the member knows, well, you deleted your live. Someone has actually sent it when I left the office. I went to my chamber and spent the time to speak to the other members. I don't need to go any further. I would like members of the House to spend some time, all members of the House to spend some time to appreciate the standing orders and their interconnectivity. And I'm going to reiterate the ruling made in respect of Standing Order 32.1, Standing Order 32.2, as it relates to rising in place so that you can address your observations to the Speaker or Chair. I have no challenge, as I said before, respectfully, if a member or members decide that they have questions after. However, the approach taken to stand each week to cause disruption in the House, to cause the suspension of the sitting, cannot be rewarded. House Leader, could you please move for the recommittal?
Madam Speaker.
She did not say what she said she said. She needs to pull the Hansard.
Madam Speaker.
The Hansard will be circulated for your benefit next week, the entire House.
So just say what there's some people who have questions.
Madam, no. Madam Speaker, I believe that in the interest of the nation, when I asked the question earlier as it relates to whether or not we will be taking additional questions following the first set of questions taken by the minister, you gave the impression that you would have reverted to questions following the minister's response to the first set of questions. I understand what transpired thereafter, that perhaps your spirit is not allowing you to feel like you would want to hear the additional questions. But each member here, in her own right or in his own right, has the obligation, to the people that sent them here to ask the questions on behalf of the nation. And I think it's going to be a reflection of your own discretion this afternoon for you to just allow for the following questions, the remaining questions to be asked. The minister is quite capable of responding. How many additional persons have questions?
No, that's not appropriate. That's not appropriate. I will ask that question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You may take your seat, Leader of Opposition Business.
And I thank
Members,
you. I appreciate
go
it.
ahead. I love to hear you say thank you. I don't hear it often enough. Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition Business. Members, appropriate behavior and respect for the chair is met with, I'm sure, far more discretion in your favor than against you. We have to show respect to each other. And members, I am going to first remind you, I studied the standing orders. Okay, no, I am happy that members now start to walk with the blue book. It wasn't happening before. And therefore, when you get up, and I'll cite first member Campbell, I do not need anyone to refer to the standing orders and waste the time of the Parliament, because that's my job. That's my job. Oh, that's my job. That's my job. So, that's my job. And I'm saying this for the last time. And today, I will in fact give, Member Campbell, I want you to listen, because if you come back, member from Eastern Westmoreland, if the member from Eastern Westmoreland doesn't listen, then the next time he stands up to do what he attempted to do today, I am sure he will appreciate that we have been there before and he has been guided accordingly. Today, I will give the latitude. Are there any other members who have questions of the minister? And I will reiterate that if today's behavior happens again, the latitude will not be granted. So, the latitude will not be given again. Today must be the very last time that this behavior is displayed. Which house rule are you citing, member? And you are allowed to give the house rule number.
I am citing Standing Order 11 and 32.
11 and?
32.
So member, Standing Order 11 and Standing Orders 32 were not broken today. Standing Order 11 speaks to the number of persons who can ask questions in a debate. All the members who indicated they had questions were given the opportunity. And we indicated, myself as Speaker and Chair, that now that I had collected all the members, we would now have the Minister answer. Standing Orders 32, 32.1 and 32.2 is even more direct in terms of the role of the Speaker. And the members, if you recall, member from Westmoreland Eastern, there was a written ruling provided to the House in respect of Standing Order 32, and I am going to circulate the written ruling for the third time. Member from St. Anne, member from St. Anne Southeast.
Madam Speaker, no, we are on statement by Minister. We are on statement by Minister. The standing order that the Speaker is quoting is about 32, which is about the rules of debate. We are on statement by Minister.
It is still under questions and answers to questions. No.
Where we are on the agenda, Madam Speaker, is statement by Minister.
There are several. So Standing Order 11, Standing Order 17, subsection 2, and several other adjunct standing orders are applied in the behavior in the House, including Standing Order 16.1 and G. Go through them, member.
No,
including 32.1 and 2.
Them. Madam Speaker, I have read them.
Thank you, member.
17.
No, I'm finished. Member from St. Anne Southeast. Member from St. Anne Southeast, you are next. Member from, I'm finishing a member. Member from St. Anne Southeast, and then after that, the member from St. James South, from St. James South. I call you, sorry. And then last but not least is the member from St. Andrew South. You have some questions of the minister? St. Andrew South. Oh, sorry. St. Andrew South West. So no man, I call St. James. So first will be St. Anne East. St. Anne Southeast. You had your hand up first. I caught his eye first. The eye of the speaker caught the member from St. Anne Southeast. You are next. After turn off your mic, the member from St. Catherine Southeastern. You have caught my eye. Thank you.
I hope not. Madam Speaker, so first question, I have a couple of quick ones. And Minister, the immigration status while in Jamaica, if you could speak to that. And then the second part of it is for the the time when they're in Jamaica, if they apply for asylum, thank you, that's the word. If they apply for asylum while in Jamaica, does that change their status? Is there a limit to the time when they can remain, or for a decision on asylum status? And while that is being processed, do they count? Does that application count against the threshold which has been set? So the 10. So that's the first one. In other words, can we have 60 or 70 people who are, yes? All right. It's clear. Thank you. All right. So the next question is, what is their status in the U.S. before coming to Jamaica? And are they, by any chance, in U.S. custody? So what is the status of those who are coming to Jamaica? The third question is current status before they come to Jamaica. The third question relates to the capacity of the IOM, because the IOM is listed as the one responsible for monitoring them. Do they have the capacity to monitor and provide the feedback that is required to ensure that they're acting consistent with the MOU? And fourthly, are they voluntarily choosing to come to Jamaica, or are they basically required to come to choose to come to Jamaica? And related to that, the location of where they will live while in Jamaica, is that also their choice, or is there some restrictions on where they can live? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Turn your mic off, please. Then the member from St. James South, and then the member from St. Andrew South West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you spoke about it generally, but specifically, who pays for accommodation, health care, security, transportation? No, as I said, he spoke generally. I'm asking for some specific points. Specifically, Minister, who pays for accommodation, transportation, health care, security, and the administrative costs associated with these transfers?
The minister said the United States of America. Do you have any other question?
Will any Jamaican taxpayer funds be used
The minister said the United States of America. Member, do you have any questions that do not surround answers already given?
Incidentals is something totally different. I know some people
go for
perhaps
something
don't
totally
understand
different,
that.
member. No, it isn't.
The second question, Minister. Has Jamaica negotiated and settled on compensation from the U.S. for participation in this program? What, therefore, is the estimated annual cost, if any, and financial benefit to be accrued from Jamaica's participation in this program? Third question. Has the Ministry of Finance conducted a fiscal impact assessment survey? Because, I mean, there are some obvious costs, but then the hidden costs which only a fiscal impact assessment could reveal. You said that this was signed last week, Thursday, but has Cabinet approved the MOU between Jamaica and US committing Jamaica to this? And finally, Minister, what is the duration of the MOU? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, indefinite? Thank you.
Minister, last person will be the member from St. Andrew Southwest. The other member who initially indicated their question was covered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two questions, really. One of them has to do with the persons who come where the criminal history shows nothing that is noteworthy or to worry about, nothing that's adverse. But what will happen if those individuals come with a clean record and later it is found that there is criminal antecedents, have we thought through and worked through what will happen and how that will be dealt with? That's one. The person comes seemingly with a clean criminal record, but if while they're here, it is found that they do have adverse criminal antecedents, how is that going to be dealt with? That would have prevented them from being accepted as part of the program according to the safeguards that we have. So that is question one. Question two, you have answered part of it, but the part that is still left unanswered for me in terms of covering the costs for individuals. I am assuming that we assume that they're here for a certain period and that is covered. If they remain longer than that period, is the financial cost still covered by the U.S.? Once they start proceedings, for example, for asylum, what happens to their costs? Is it still covered by the U.S.? Is it covered by them? Or will Jamaica have to take up any of that? Just asking.
Thank you, Member. Minister, turn your mic on, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say, I think I made copious notes on this. They'll be here as visitors for the first round. Bear in mind that once they stay beyond what may be a kind of projected time frame, two things can happen. One, they can apply for asylum, they will treat them as any other illegal immigrant, which is why the numbers are restricted. Secondly, if we find like we have that they might have an adverse trace, we can deport them to their home country at our cost. And the power of the minister remains intact and is not breached by any agreement. We can deport any undeserved visitor we have in the country. Okay? Capacity of the IOM is not one that we are going to have to go into. We have an understanding that they will provide certain services. Again, if the agreement is being pursued and we find that they cannot be with 25 people because the numbers is what we have agreed to, then we'll have to examine their operational activity at that point in time. They are sent here by the United States government as illegal immigrants. They don't have a choice in where to go. If they have a choice, they'll stay in the United States. And they're offered to be returned to their home country. Once they get here, we are part of the operational detail we are seeking to settle is location. We have to identify a venue where they can stay, and that is part of what we have to do before we operationalize the activity. And no one will be sent here until we settle that, an appropriate location for them to stay, and they cannot be detained, and they cannot be a place which is signal sense that they're going to be detained. I'm going to all of them now. The cost, as detailed by the member from South St. James, as said, is general. We cover all IOM, they cover the funding that is designed to cover the cost for the initial period of this stay, all of their cost, right? Unless, I said, if we have to deport one ourselves, then we have a deportation order which we activate separately, or if they go into asylum, the cost changes. There are no compensation we derive from the United States government. It's an agreement we have negotiated. As I said, the United States government is one of Jamaica's primary partners in terms of both trade and security, and we negotiate this. In this case, they asked. When we were to receive our IRMs, we asked for a negotiated agreement, and they send us the numbers we're saying, 2 flights a month. In this case, they asked us to accommodate their policy program, and we, in negotiation, did so. There's no compensation there. The United States, as a partner in security, they are our primary partners in security. And we get, and in times of emergency, they are always available. In the passage of Hurricane Melissa, they were particularly helpful beyond security. Their major helicopters were most critical in the initial phase. They were in your constituency, delivering goods and taking personnel because we didn't have that kind of equipment. And they're always on standby for that kind of activity at any time. Our relationship has not, we may vary in the public perception, but we have had a very strong relationship with the United States government for a long time. And I said their security arrangements in particular have been strengthened in the last few years and has worked extremely well in us identifying and disrupting both transnational criminal activity, gangsters and otherwise in our country. Up to recently, I've seen that they arrested some 5 individuals who are major shippers of guns in the United States, and that came about because of major bilateral cooperation in dealing with the illegal trade of firearms coming to Jamaica. The Ministry of Finance naturally would not be consulted because the primary cost to us would be the deployment of our staffing and their establishment, which is why, again, the numbers were set at the numbers they're at, that we can manage that number in addition to what we are currently doing with other immigration activities. So there would be no particular need to get a special assigned budget either from the Ministry of Finance or to seek further funding from the United States. As indicated again, I repeat, the program, Madam Speaker, is such that we can pause at any time. Either side can pause for whatever reason, and when we pause, review and look on. They are not like to be any expansion in numbers, I repeat, because we have negotiated to get a number we think we can manage. Given the activities in the Caribbean and around us, it may be that if other numbers increase, we may have to decrease these numbers. Not likely we'll have to increase them because the instability in some of our neighbors may force other individuals coming to Jamaica and we deal with them. It was, basically, it had to be approved by Cabinet, and that was done before. And Cabinet gives instruction to the ministries. They instructed us on the basis of a draft MOU, which we then take to our partner, and when we discussed it, it was accepted, and we signed off together, same time. And the is an understanding which is clearly open-ended. Yeah, right. Let's see if I left. Your 2 questions again. If the adverse trace is found here, after they come here, I think a case like that, we would deport them. A member from Southwest St. Andrew, if the adverse trace is discovered when they arrive because they did not identify them initially, we would not allow, if they have an adverse trace, we can deny them application for refugee status and we deport them to their home country. And on international law, home country is obliged to reaccept them. And that's important. If the adverse trace discovered when they come here, by continued collaboration and further investigation, we send them home immediately. I think that covers all. Member Southwest, we have covered your question, right? Yes. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have covered it.
Turn your mic off, please, Minister. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for the recommittal of all the items on the agenda, starting at motions that may be made at the commencement of public business.
Members, the question is that we recommit all the items on the agenda, those previously not addressed, starting with motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I ask that the motion be approved.
Members, the question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the only other item that I asked for leave for us to take in public business, the member from St. Catherine South Central has indicated to me that he would like to make a public explanation under Standing Order 18. I ask that leave be given for the House. A personal explanation under Standing Order 18.
Approval granted. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, I just would like
Leader of Opposition Business. I actually answered you without being on mic.
That's all right.
Leader of Opposition Business.
Just would like to clarify, Madam Speaker, as to what the matter relates to.
The member asked to make a personal explanation under Standing Order 18. So according to the rules of Standing Order 18, he is allowed with leave to make...
Madam Speaker, just to note that on a matter relating to...
Member, do you have a written statement? Would you please approach the bench?
Just making the point, Madam Speaker, that on another matter relating to a controversial issue, the member from Southwest was not allowed to make a personal statement. And we believe that if it is a controversial matter, that it would not be appropriate for that. It would not be appropriate for that personal statement to be taken today, because the same rules should apply. The same rules should apply.
Yeah, absolutely. So members, House Leader. Members, the member indicated he is making a personal statement on something that concerns him alone, and his statement is not one that is controversial. He appreciates Standing Order 18.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to address this Honourable House of Representatives by way of a personal explanation. Madam Speaker, I have had a brief opportunity to peruse the report of the Integrity Commission, which was tabled earlier.
I don't know what he has to say. Let me at least hear him. Member, continue. Member, he has indicated that his statement is not controversial.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Continue. When he's finished, you can do the point of order. Continue, man.
Madam Speaker, I believe that you should, or you would have had
Member, you, based on discussion that we have had, would not be allowed to go into any details that contravenes the standing order number 18, which raises issues that are controversial, particularly affecting anyone or entity outside of yourself. And so you, with agreement, have been given limited latitude to make a very short 1-minute statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me just use this opportunity to indicate to colleagues here that I have every intention of protecting my reputation. It is a matter that somewhere or the other can affect all of us as members in this House. And so my team of lawyers will bring to the fore, to the public, that I am innocent, that the conclusions are inaccurate, and that we have a responsibility to encourage anyone from any humble beginning or otherwise who wish to serve his or her country, not to be afraid because of persons who want to defame them or destroy their reputation. I will take that back, sorry.
In addition to which, your time is up, so close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, colleague.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have no further business, so I will not ask to extend the time. I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be set.
Question is that this Honorable House do now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned.